park rangers from across the country share their most unsettling encounters with wildlife. Get ready to hear chilling stories of close calls and unexpected encounters with some of nature's most fascinating and dangerous creatures. My official title is Ranger First Class Remy Beaudrox, assigned to the Atchafalaya sector with the Louisiana Department of Wildlife and Fisheries. I've held this position for 22 years. But before the badge, the khaki uniform, and the government issue flatboat, I was and always will be a son of the basin. I was born in a small house on stilts just outside of Pierre Part, with the murky water of the bayou serving as my first lullaby. The Atchafalaya isn't just a place to me, it's a living, breathing entity. It's in my blood, a thick, slow, moving current of cypress trees, Spanish moss, and secrets as old as the silt itself. I know its moods, its deceptive calms, and its sudden, violent furies. I've rescued stranded boaters in blinding thunderstorms, wrestled alligators for sport and for necessity, and navigated channels so narrow and choked with water hyacinth they don't appear on any map. I am a man of science and regulation, of observable facts and measurable evidence. I deal in poaching forensics, water salinity levels, and the migratory patterns of waterfowl. My world is one of logic. At least it was. Growing up, my world was a blend of the tangible and the spectral, a place where the line between the natural and supernatural was as murky as the swamp water after a heavy rain. My grandmem Marie Elodie was the keeper of that other world. She was a traiteur, a healer with hands as gnarled as cypress roots and eyes that held the wisdom of generations. While my father taught me how to set a trot line and pole a pirogue, my Gram retaught me the stories. They were cautionary tales, woven into the fabric of our Cajun culture, meant to instill a healthy respect for the powers that lay hidden in the deep swamp. She told me of the few follet, the mischievous ghost lights that would lead you astray into the mire, and of the leadish, the shape, shifting otter, child who would cry for help only to drag you to a watery grave. But her most potent, most whispered tale was of the rougarou. She never called it a werewolf, not exactly. The loup, Garou of French legend, was something different, something tamer. Our monster, the rougarou, was a creature of the Louisiana soil, born of a Catholic curse and swamp-fed rage. It was a man, she'd say, her voice dropping to a low, rhythmic hum, who for 101 days was forced to transform when the sun bled out of the sky. He would retain a sliver of his human mind, just enough to feel the agony of the change, the horror of the things his body would do. His skin would split and stretch, bones would crack and reform, and he'd become a towering, wolf-like beast with burning red eyes and an insatiable hunger. The curse, she explained, could only be passed on if the rougar drew blood from another human. If it failed to do so by the end of its cycle, the curse would consume it, and the man would simply die, his soul finally free. To me, even as a boy, it was just a story, a fantastic, terrifying boogeyman tale designed to keep children like me from wandering into the swamp after dark. The monster in my grandam's stories was always defeated by cleverness, by a faith that felt more like folk magic. And it had a peculiar, almost comical weakness. The rougarou, for all its unholy power, was innately stupid. It was compelled by a strange, obsessive need to count. It couldn't resist it. If you suspected one was stalking your home, you could protect yourself by laying out 13 small, distinct objects in a line across your doorway. Pennies, pebbles, shotgun shells, anything. The beast would be forced to stop and count them. But, as the legend went, the creature's cursed brain could not comprehend any number past 12. It would count to 12, then start again, growing more confused, frustrated, and enraged with each failed attempt, until the sun rose and the magic of the new day drove it back into the shadows. I grew up, and the stories faded, replaced by biology textbooks and law enforcement manuals. Grandma reality passed on, and with her, it seemed, went the last vestiges of that old magic. I became a man who believed in what he could see, touch, and, if necessary, shoot. The monsters of my world became poachers from out of state, meth labs hidden in remote fishing camps, and the occasional 9 foot alligator that got a little too comfortable with the local fishermen's handouts. The rougarou was a relic, a charming piece of folklore I'd sometimes tell tourists to give them a little thrill. Then came last April. The call came in on a Tuesday morning, the air already thick and heavy with the promise of a sweltering summer. It was a routine check, in the kind I've done 100 times. A rental houseboat, the Bayou Belle, was 2 days overdue. It had been rented by 4 college students from somewhere up north. Illinois, I think. Kids with more money than sense, looking for a week of what they probably called authentic. Louisiana living fishing, drinking, and soaking up the sun. The rental agent gave me their last known mooring, a secluded cypress slope deep in the backwaters, a place called Coupe de Vache, Cow's Kick. It's a quiet, beautiful spot, but remote. Cell service is a joke out there. It wasn't unusual for renters to lose track of a day or two, so I wasn't overly concerned. I figured I'd find them nursing hangovers, give them a friendly reminder about the rental agreement, and be back at the station in time for lunch. I gassed up my flatboat and headed out. The journey to Coupe de Vache takes about an hour from my post. The main channel is wide and easy, but as you get deeper, the waterways constrict. The grand, open bay gives way to a claustrophobic maze of narrow, twisting sloughs. The cypress trees crowd in on you, their mossy beards hanging down to brush the water, their knobby knees breaking the surface like ancient bones. The water turns from muddy brown to a still, black mirror, reflecting the oppressive canopy above. The sounds of civilization, the distant drone of highway traffic, the whine of other boats, fade away, replaced by the chorus of the swamp. The chair of cicadas, the deep, guttural juggo, rum of a bullfrog, the splash of something unseen sliding off a log into the water. It's a place that can feel profoundly peaceful or profoundly menacing, depending on your state of mind. That day, as I cut the engine and pulled the final 100 yards into the slough, the silence felt wrong. It was too quiet. The birds were silent. The insects were silent. All I could hear was the gentle lapping of water against the hull of my boat and the thump of my own heart in my chest. And then I saw it. The Bayou Belle was there, moored to a massive, centuries-old cypress, just as the rental agent had said. But something was immediately, terribly wrong. From a distance, it looked abandoned, neglected. A fishing rod lay broken on the deck, its line tangled in a heap. A blue plastic cooler was on its side, its contents spilled across the wooden planks. As I drew closer, a smell hit me. It wasn't the usual swamp smell of decay and damp earth. This was something else. It was a thick, predatory scent, a rank, musky odor like a wet dog or a bear, but mingled with something sharp and acridly human, like the stale sweat of pure fear. A primal part of my brain, the part that my training and logic had never been able to fully silence, screamed at me. Danger! I tied my boat to the houseboat's stern and cautiously pulled myself aboard. My hand rested on the grip of my service pistol. My ranger's mind was already running through possibilities. A black bear, maybe. They're not common in this part of the basin, but not unheard of. It could have smelled their food, gotten aggressive. Or maybe a dispute with some local fishermen. Some of the folks out here are fiercely territorial, but neither scenario felt right. Neither explained the unnerving stillness, the oppressive sense of violation that hung in the air like the humidity itself. The screen door to the main cabin was gone. It hadn't been unlatched or forced open. It had been ripped clean off its aluminum frame, the metal twisted and torn like wet paper. The scene that awaited me inside was one of pure, inexplicable savagery. The chaos inside the Bayou Belle's main cabin was absolute, yet it had a horrifying intentionality to it. My mind, trained to assess and categorize, struggled to find a foothold. It wasn't the messy aftermath of a wild party. This was methodical destruction, a calculated explosion of rage. The small dinette table was flipped, one of its metal legs bent at a 90-degree angle. Cushions from the built and benches were not just torn but shredded, their yellow foam stuffing pulled out in great, silent handfuls and scattered like strange snow. A stack of paperback novels had been savaged, their pages ripped into confetti. Fishing gear, expensive graphite rods and reels, had been snapped over a knee, the pieces lying like broken bones. A bag of potato chips was ripped open, but the chips themselves were untouched, merely crushed into dust on the floorboards. It looked as if a grizzly bear had been turned loose inside, but the comparison felt inadequate. A bear would have been driven by hunger. It would have mauled the coolers for food, torn into the galley, but the food was largely ignored. The small propane stove was dented, but the pantry door stood ajar, revealing undisturbed cans of beans and boxes of crackers. This wasn't about hunger. This was about hatred. And then there was the smell. It was stronger in the enclosed space, that thick, suffocating musk of wet animal and old fear. It coated the back of my throat, a taste as much as a scent. It was the smell of something utterly alien to the natural order of the swamp. But beneath it all, there was another detail that my rational mind latched onto, a detail that was profoundly, terrifyingly wrong: the absence of blood. For all the violence, for all the evidence of a furious, physical rampage, there wasn't a single drop, not on the splintered wood, not on the shredded upholstery, not on the broken glass of a lantern. Animals, even human ones, leave traces. A struggle like this should have been painted in it. Its absence was a silence more deafening than any scream. My training kicked in, a familiar routine to anchor me in the swirling vortex of wrongness. Clear the vessel. I muttered to myself, the words a charm against the encroaching drape. My pistol was still in my hand, held low and ready. I moved through the main cabin, my boots crunching on debris. I checked the small bathroom, the head. The plastic toilet was cracked, and the mirror over the sink was shattered, but it was empty. I moved toward the sleeping quarters in the bow. The door was ajar. I pushed it open with my foot. 2 bunks, both in the same state of disarray as the main room. Blankets torn, mattresses gouged with deep, parallel slashes, as if raked by immense claws. No one. That left the lower deck and the storage lockers. I stepped back out onto the main deck, the humid air feeling blessedly clean after the cloying atmosphere of the cabin. A hatch near the stern led below. I pulled it open. The smell wafted up, stronger than ever. It was dark down there, the only light coming from the open hatch above. I clicked on my flashlight, the beam cutting a nervous path through the gloom. The space was mostly taken up by the boat's engine and bilge pump, but there were several built in storage lockers along the port side, meant for life vests and extra gear. I swept the light across the first 2 lockers. The doors were splintered, hanging open. Empty. I moved the beam to the third, the largest of the set, tucked deep in the bow's shadow. The door was closed but not latched. I nudged it with my foot. It swung inward with a low groan. My light followed the movement, and my breath caught in my throat. There was a boy inside, or what was left of one. He was crammed into the fetal position, his knees drawn up to his chest, his arms wrapped around his head. He was wearing nothing but a pair of torn jeans. His skin was pale and clammy, covered in goosebumps despite the oppressive heat. His blonde hair was matted with sweat and grime. But it was his eyes that stopped my heart. They were wide open, staring out of the locker, through me, at something horrible and vast that only he could see. There was no recognition in them, no fear, no anything. They were vacant, like the windows of a house that had been burned out from the inside. He was rocking, a slow, steady, rhythmic motion, back and forth, bumping softly against the fiberglass walls of his tiny prison. He was humming a low, tuneless drone that seemed to come from somewhere deep in his chest. It was the only sound in the suffocating silence. "Son," I said, my voice sounding rough, intrusive. "Son, can you hear me? My name is Remy. I'm a ranger. I'm here to help." There was no response. The rocking continued. The empty eyes stared. The low hum vibrated in the air. I reached in slowly, my hand extended. "It's okay. You're safe now." I touched his shoulder. His skin was cold, shockingly so. At my touch, the humming stopped. The rocking stopped. He flinched, a violent, full-body shudder, and a sound tore from his throat, not a word, not a scream, but a dry, rasping gasp, the sound of a man trying to breathe with a throat full of dust. Then silence. He remained frozen, a statue of pure terror. I knew right then I couldn't get another thing out of him. He was gone, lost somewhere behind those shattered eyes. My priorities shifted. Get him out. Get him to a hospital. Find the others. I gently coaxed him out of the locker. He was pliant but unresponsive, his limbs moving with a strange, doll-like limpness. I managed to get him up the ladder and onto the deck of my flatboat, where I wrapped him in an emergency blanket. I had to find the other three. 2 young men, 1 young woman. I scanned the dark water of the slough, the dense shoreline. "Hello!" I yelled, my voice swallowed by the cypress and moss. "Wildlife and fisheries? Is anyone there?" Only the echo answered. I spent the next 30 minutes circling the area in my boat, checking the banks for any sign, any track, any piece of clothing. Nothing. It was as if they had simply vanished from the face of the earth. Defeated, I returned to the Bayou Bell one last time. I needed to call it in, report a probable animal attack, 1 survivor in catatonic shock, 3 missing persons. It felt wrong, a lie, but it was the only logical box I could fit this horror into. I stood on the deck, my radio in hand, ready to make the call that would bring the world of sirens and official procedure crashing into this quiet, dreadful place. That's when I saw it. My eyes were tracing the path of destruction from the ripped, off-screen door to the overturned cooler. And there, right by the threshold of the cabin, almost hidden in the shadows of the doorway, was a line. A perfectly neat, perfectly straight line of small, round objects glinting in the dappled sunlight. I knelt, my heart beginning a low, heavy drum against my ribs. They were cola bottle caps, the old-fashioned kind, their red paint faded and flecked with rust. They were placed with an unnerving precision, about an inch apart, forming a deliberate barrier across the entrance to the cabin. I counted them, without thinking. 1, 2, 3, 7, 8, 9, 12. 13 rusty cola bottle caps. A chill, so profound and so icy it felt like it was freezing my blood, washed over me. It had nothing to do with the morning air. It was a cold that rose from the deepest, most primal cellar of memory. My grandmother's voice, her reedy, song Cajun accent, echoed in my head as clearly as if she were standing right beside me. If you think one is near, chair, you lay out 13 tallies. The beast, he is compelled to count. Maze, his cursed mind, it cannot see past 12. He will count and count again, and his rage will grow, and the sun will come and save you. Those kids, this wasn't just a party gone wrong. They hadn't stumbled into the path of some random animal. They had read the stories. They had heard the folklore. They had come into my swamp, into the heart of the Atchafalaya, not just for fishing and drinking. They were ghost hunting. They had come looking for the Rougarou, and they had found it. The whole scene snapped into a new, terrifying focus. The shredded furniture, the snapped rods, the savage, bloodless destruction. It wasn't a bear. It was frustration. It was the thwarted rage of a creature trapped in a mindless, mystical loop. The evidence was right there, laid out in a neat row of 13 rusty caps. They knew enough to try the old magic. They knew enough to lay out the ward. My mistake, my whole life, had been to dismiss the stories as superstition. Their mistake was in treating it like a game. The bottle caps were the proof. The creature was real. The magic was real. And for some reason, on that terrible night, it wasn't enough. My hand, holding the radio, felt impossibly heavy. The 13 bottle caps seemed to burn an image onto the back of my eyelids. Every instinct, every fiber of my trained being screamed that this was impossible. And yet the evidence was there, as real as the splintered wood beneath my knees. I couldn't put Rougarou in an official report. I couldn't tell the sheriff's deputies about a counting monster from my grandmother's bedtime stories. They would have sent me for a psychiatric evaluation, stripped me of my badge, and I would have become another crazy Cajun swamp tale myself. So I took a deep breath, pushed the transmit button, and lied. "Dispatch, this is Ranger Boudrox," I said, my voice steady, betraying none of the chaos in my mind. "I'm at the houseboat Bayou Bell in Coupe de Vache Slough. I have a situation here. Looks like a possible animal attack. The vessel is heavily damaged. I have one survivor, male, appears to be in shock. The other 3 occupants are missing, requesting immediate medical evac and sheriff's department assistance. The response was swift. The world of order and procedure crashed into that haunted slough. Within the hour, the quiet was shattered by the whine of another boat engine, then another. Sheriff's deputies, paramedics, and my own supervisor arrived. I gave my statement, carefully editing the truth. I described the destruction, the torn screen door, the savage furniture. I mentioned the musky smell. I pointed out the lack of blood. I recounted finding the boy in the locker. I used the words black bear and unusually aggressive. It was a plausible narrative, a box that fit the physical evidence, more or less. No one questioned it too deeply. They saw the wreckage, they saw the catatonic boy, and they filled in the blanks with the monster they understood. While they worked, taping off the scene and taking photographs, I did one thing for myself. Under the guise of one last sweep, I knelt by the cabin door. My fingers, clumsy in their latex gloves, carefully picked up each of the 13 bottle caps. They felt cold in my palm. I slicked them into an evidence bag, but I didn't label it. I just tucked it deep into my gear pack. It wasn't evidence for their case, it was for mine. It was my proof of a terrible reality, my rosary of rust and folklore. The survivor, whose name we learned was Kevin, was airlifted to a hospital in Baton Rouge. He never recovered. I checked in on his case for months afterward. He remained in a persistent vegetative state, his mind shattered beyond repair. The doctors said it was a profound psychological trauma, a complete system shutdown. Once a nurse told me, he spoke. Just a single word, whispered over and over in a moment of agitated consciousness before he lapsed back into silence. The word was 13. The official record noted it as meaningless babble. I knew better. He wasn't counting. He was remembering the moment the count failed. The search for the other 3, 2 young men named Mark and David, and a young woman named Sarah, lasted for a week. They brought in divers, cadaver dogs, helicopters with infrared cameras. They combed every inch of that slough and the surrounding bayous. They found nothing. Not a shoe, not a scrap of clothing, not a body. The divers reported the water was so dark with tannins, it was like swimming in black coffee, the bottom a soft, deep silt that could swallow anything. After 7 days, the official search was called off. The 3 missing students were declared victims of a probable boating accident, presumed drowned. The case of the Bayou Belle was officially closed. A tragedy, everyone agreed. A bear attack that led to a panicked flight, a fall into the dark water. A neat, tidy explanation that left no room for monsters. But I knew. I carried the truth with me like a slow-acting poison. The basin, my home, the place I knew better than my own face, had transformed. It was no longer just a complex ecosystem of flora and fauna. It was a place with teeth, with a darkness that had nothing to do with the absence of light. Every gnarled cypress knee looked like a hunched shoulder. Every shadow that flickered at the edge of my vision was a stalking figure. The howl of a distant dog at night would make the hair on my arms stand up. The stories my Grand M.A. retold me were no longer charming relics. They were field guides to a world I had been blind to. I kept the bottle caps in a small box in the bottom drawer of my desk. Sometimes late at night when the station was quiet, I would take them out and line them up. 1 to 13. What happened that night? The question became an obsession, a wound that wouldn't heal. The old magic was supposed to work. It had worked for generations. Why did it fail those kids? I considered the terrifying possibilities. The first, and perhaps the most chilling, was that the legend had a flaw, that the protection was never absolute. Maybe the rage of the creature, fueled by whatever dark curse brought it into being, could simply overwhelm the simple magic of the counting ward. Maybe the kids' fear, their panicked energy, had somehow broken the spell. Or maybe their faith in it was incomplete. They had treated it like a game, a ghost hunter's trick from a folklore website. Perhaps the old magic required old faith, a deep, cellular belief that a group of college kids on a lark simply couldn't muster. But there was another, darker thought that kept me awake. My grandmummy always said the creature was smart, but that its brain was locked by the curse, unable to comprehend the number 13. What if, after all these years, all these generations of being thwarted by pebbles and pennies, it had learned? What if, through sheer repetition and frustrated rage, some synaptic pathway in its monstrous mind had finally forged a new connection? The thought of a rougarou that could count to 13 was 1,000 times more terrifying than the one that couldn't. It meant the beast was evolving. It meant the one protection we had, the one piece of cleverness that could save you, was gone. It meant the monster was learning, adapting. And if it could learn that, what else could it learn? The official report lies in a file cabinet at the parish sheriff's office. It says 3 kids drowned and 1 was driven mad by the trauma of seeing his friends die. My report, unwritten one, the one told by 13 rusty bottle caps, tells a different story. It's a story of a legend that walked out of the swamp and proved itself real. It's a story of a mistake. Mine for not believing, and theirs for not believing enough. I am still a ranger in the basin. I was born here, and like I said, I'll probably die here. But I am not the same man. I am no longer just a steward of the wildlife. I feel like a warden in a prison of my own making, forever guarding a secret I can never share. My science and my logic are still there, but they now share space with an older, colder knowledge. I still rescue boaters and tag deer. But now, when I see a tourist boat heading deep into the backwaters, I give them an extra warning about the gators and the snakes. And sometimes, if they look like they might listen, I tell them a story about the rougarou. I don't present it as fact. I frame it as local color, a bit of spooky fun, but I watch their eyes. And I always end the story by telling them about the 13 pennies, just in case, because the swamp holds its secrets close. And I know with a certainty that chills me to my very soul that one of its oldest and darkest secrets is still out there, and it's counting. My name is Elias Vance, and for 12 years, Mammoth Cave was more than my place of work. It was a part of my soul. I began my tenure with the National Park Service with a geologist's fervor and a historian's curiosity, qualities that made guiding tours through that subterranean world the perfect vocation. I wasn't just a guide, I was a storyteller, a scientist, and a guardian of one of Earth's greatest natural wonders. Now, I am none of those things. I haven't set foot in the cave in over a decade, and I suspect I never will again. People who have never experienced the deep earth believe the primary fears of a cave are the obvious ones: the profound, ink-blot darkness and the crushing weight of rock that can trigger a primal claustrophobia. They are not entirely wrong. Those are valid, visceral fears. But they are manageable. Your eyes can adjust to a low, light state, and your logical mind can remind you that the stone ceilings have held for millennia. The true, insidious horror of the cave, the one that seeps into your bones and stays with you, is the silence. It's a silence unlike anything on the surface world. Up there, even in the dead of night in the most remote wilderness, there is sound. The whisper of wind through pine needles, the rustle of a nocturnal creature, the impossibly distant hum of a highway. The world is never truly quiet. But descend a few hundred feet into the earth, and that all fades away. You are left with a silence that is absolute. It's a physical entity, a heavy blanket that smothers all noise and presses in on your eardrums. In that profound stillness, your own body becomes an orchestra, the thumping of your heart, the soft rush of air in your lungs, the faint, high-pitched ringing in your ears you never notice in the noisy world above. The silence is a presence, and when something foreign dares to break it, you don't just hear it, you feel it. One of the centerpieces of the main tour route is a wide, majestic passage we call Historic Broadway. It's a section of the cave that holds a particularly grim chapter of human history. In the 1840s, a physician named John Croghan purchased the cave, possessed by a tragically flawed medical theory. He believed the cave's stable, cool temperature and what he perceived as its pure, filtered air could be a cure for the devastating respiratory illness of his time, tuberculosis, then known as Consumption. It was a disease that ravaged populations, a death sentence carried on the air itself. Desperate people will cling to any hope, no matter how strange. Dr. Krogan erected a dozen small, crude huts along Broadway, built from the very limestone of the cave walls. He brought his patients down into the gloom, housing them in this subterranean sanatorium. It was a catastrophic failure. Far from being curative, the environment was poison. The constant, penetrating dampness chilled them to the bone, aggravating their fevers. The smoke from their larred oil lamps, their only source of light, filled the unmoving air with greasy soot, further choking their already ravaged lungs. And the darkness, the profound, unending darkness, must have been a psychological torture unlike any other. They didn't get better. They died, one by one, their final moments spent coughing their lives away in the cold, silent dark. This story is a standard part of the tour script. It adds a touch of macabre history, a gothic flourish that tourists find fascinating. We even point out Corpse Rock, a large, flat slab of stone where they would lay out the bodies for preparation before the arduous task of hauling them back to the surface. And, of course, we mention the legends. The old-timers, the rangers who had walked these paths for 30 or 40 years, would tell you that the suffering of those poor souls had left an impression, an echo in the stone. They claimed that sometimes, when the cave was still, you could hear the faint, disembodied sound of coughing drifting from the empty doorways of the huts. For years, I treated it as just that, a legend. A ghost story to spook the tourists and add to the ambience. I'd even heard it myself on a few occasions. A faint, dry tickle of a sound, seemingly coming from nowhere. I always had a rational explanation ready. The acoustics in a cave are a symphony of trickery. A single cough from a tourist at the back of a group, 100 yards down a winding passage, can be bounced and funneled by the rock walls until it sounds as if it's whispering directly into your ear. A drop water bottle can sound like a gunshot. The drip of percolating water can mimic footsteps. I knew the science of it. I explained it to my groups. I explained it to myself. I was a man of science and history, not superstition. The sounds were merely echoes of the living, not the dead. The night my certainty was shattered began like any other. I was assigned to lead the final tour of the evening, the extended historic tour. It was a longer, more in-depth exploration that ran after the main crowds had gone for the day. My group was small and intimate, just a single family of four, a mother, a father, and their two preteen children. They were the ideal tourists, attentive, quiet, and genuinely awed by the scale and beauty of the cave. They listened respectfully, their flashlight beams tracing the features I pointed out on the walls and ceiling. We proceeded through the grand avenues, our footsteps the only sound besides my own voice narrating the cave's long history. We reached Broadway, and the air, as it always did in this section, seemed to grow heavier, colder. I guided the family toward Corpse Rock, bathing the grim stone in the beam of my powerful flashlight. I launched into my well-practiced spiel about Dr. Krogan's failed experiment, my voice echoing slightly in the vastness. They believed the air down here was pure, I said, gesturing toward the two remaining stone huts, which stood like dark, hollow-eyed tombs in the distance. But they didn't account for the dampness, the smoke, and that's when I heard it. It was a faint, wet, sickly cough. I instinctively paused, my words catching in my throat. It was subtle, but unmistakable. My professional composure held firm, but my senses went on high alert. I scanned the faces of the family. The two kids seemed oblivious, still staring at the rock. The mother had a neutral expression, but the father, he was looking around, his head slightly cocked, a frown of mild curiosity on his face. He had heard it too. I made a snap judgment, a quick and easy assumption. It was him. He'd probably been trying to suppress a cough and it had slipped out. I gave a small, internal nod and continued the tour, pushing the incident from my mind. We walked on, moving closer to the huts themselves. Their dark, empty doorways gaped at us as we passed. Only 2 of the original 12 huts remain, I explained, shining my light into one of them. The beam illuminated nothing but damp, moss, slick stone, and the deep, impenetrable blackness of the interior. Then it came again. This time it was clearer, louder, and undeniably not from anyone in my group. It was a hacking, rattling cough, thick with fluid. It was the gut-wrenching sound of someone deeply, truly ill, the kind of cough that seems to tear something loose from the depths of the chest. It echoed distinctly from within the empty stone hut I had just illuminated. A collective stillness fell over our small group. Even the children heard it this time. The father's eyes were wide, fixed on the dark doorway. The mother audibly shivered and pulled her jacket tighter around herself, moving closer to her husband. Creepy, she whispered, her voice a nervous tremor in the immense silence that followed. I felt a cold prickle crawl up my spine, but years of training took over. I was the guide, the authority figure. My job was to make them feel safe. I forced a calm, reassuring smile. "It's amazing how sound travels down here," I said, my voice a bastion of forced normalcy. Probably one of the staff at the rotunda getting ready to close up. It was a flimsy lie. The rotunda was nearly half a mile away, but it was enough. They accepted it, albeit nervously, and I quickly moved them along, my heart hammering a little faster against my ribs. An hour later, the tour concluded without further incident. I led the family back to the elevators, bid them a good evening, and watched as the steel doors closed, whisking them back to the world of warmth, wind, and ambient noise. The elevator operator gave me a final nod before making his last descent, and then the machinery shut down for the night. The cave was closed, and I was alone. My final duty was to sweep a solo walk through the tour route to ensure no tourist had wandered off or stayed behind. It was usually my favorite part of the day, a time of serene solitude. It was a chance to experience the cave in its pure, silent, primordial state. Just me and the ancient, breathing darkness. But on that night, the thought of the walk back through Broadway filled me not with peace, but with a cold, creeping dread. I took a deep, steadying breath of the cool, heavy air, the scent of damp limestone and clean earth filling my lungs. The dread was an irrational beast, and I was a man of reason. For 12 years, this had been my sanctuary. I wouldn't let a few auditory tricks, amplified by a suggestible tourist whisper, turn me into a coward. My boots felt unnaturally loud on the packed, dirt path as I clicked on my high-powered flashlight and began the sweep. The beam, a brilliant white cone, sliced through the absolute blackness, painting the familiar textures of the passage walls in stark relief. The shadows it created danced and writhed at the edges of the light, twisting familiar rock formations into monstrous shapes. I knew every curve and fissure of this path, yet tonight, everything felt alien and menacing. The silence that I usually found so peaceful now felt predatory. It was an active, listening silence, and I was the only thing making a sound. The soft scuff of my boots, the rustle of my nylon jacket, the thundering drumbeat of my own heart. Every tiny noise was swallowed by the immense, waiting stillness. I forced myself into a routine, my mind clinging to the familiar procedure of the sweep like a drowning man to a raft. I checked behind a large stalagmite known as the Giant's Coffin, a common hiding spot for adventurous kids. Empty. I ran my light along the narrow ledges above the path. Nothing. I was just doing my job. Everything was normal. The lie was a thin, brittle shield against the fear that was coiling in my stomach. I was about halfway down Broadway, approaching the section where the consumptive huts stood when I heard it for the third time that night. A single distinct, wet cough. It came from behind me, from the direction of the main entrance, but it echoed in a way that made it sound as if it was coming from all directions at once. I froze mid-stride, every muscle in my body locking tight. My blood ran cold. This was not the trick of acoustics, carrying a sound from a distant tourist. There were no tourists. There was no one else in the cave. There was only me. "Hello," I called out. My voice sounded pathetic, a thin, wavering thread of sound in the overwhelming void. It didn't echo as much as it was simply absorbed by the darkness. The only answer was the silence rushing back in to fill the space my voice had occupied, punctuated by the faint, rhythmic drip. Drip, drip, of water seeping through the rock somewhere far off in the black. My mind raced, desperately searching for a rational explanation. A park employee working late in a different section? Impossible, the generators were off. A trespasser? Highly unlikely, given the security, but not outside the realm of possibility. A part of me, the logical, scientific part, clung to that idea. A person, a living, breathing person, was infinitely preferable to the alternative that was now clawing at the edges of my sanity. Against every screaming instinct telling me to run, I turned and started walking back the way I came, toward the source of the sound. Duty, or perhaps a foolish, stubborn pride, propelled me forward. I held my flashlight like a weapon, its beam cutting a nervous path across the floor and walls. "This is a restricted area," I called out, my voice stronger this time, more authoritative. "The park is closed. Identify yourself." Again, only the heavy, suffocating silence answered. I reached the turn off for the main tourist trail leading to the elevators. Nothing. No one. I swept my light across the passage, peering into the deep shadows. Then I heard it again. Closer this time, so much closer. A deep, wet, painful-sounding cough followed by a low, wheezing gasp for air. It came from down the path ahead of me, from the direction I had been heading originally, from the direction of the huts. That was it. My flimsy shield of rationality shattered. This wasn't a trespasser. A trespasser would move, would hide, would make other sounds. This sound was static, patient. It was waiting. And it had been behind me, and now it was in front of me. The geography of the sound made no sense. I abandoned all pretense of the sweep. The only thing that mattered was getting out. I turned and began walking, quickly, back toward the elevator entrance. My boots crunched on the gravelly path, the sound in frantic, desperate rhythm. I didn't look back. I kept my flashlight beam pinned on the path ahead, my entire world shrinking to that single circle of light on the ground. The cough came again. It was directly behind me, so close I could almost feel the vibration of it through the air. So intimate I flinched, imagining a phantom, spray of moisture on the back of my neck. I didn't turn around. I didn't dare. I started to jog, my breath coming in short, panic pants. My heart felt like it was going to beat its way out of my chest. The jogging wasn't enough. The sound came again, a hacking, tearing sound, keeping perfect pace with me. It was the sound of a body literally falling apart from the inside. I broke into a dead run. I fled through the winding, black passages, my heavy ranger boots slamming against the trail. My carefully controlled world devolved into chaos. The beam of my flashlight, which I held in a white, knuckled grip, bounced and jerked wildly, throwing crazed, distorted shadows across the cave walls. The familiar, ancient stone twisted into a gallery of leering, screaming faces. My own ragged gasps for air echoed madly around me, a duet with the horrifying sound that pursued me. The whole way, that awful, wet cough followed. It never got closer, and it never fell behind. It was like a shadow I couldn't outrun. There was no anger in the sound, no overt menace. That would have been easier to deal with. This was worse. It was a sound of pure, isolated misery. It was sick, and it was lonely, and it felt like it was pleading. It wanted company. It wanted me. I could feel the air change, growing warmer, a sign that I was nearing the historic entrance, the surface, level opening to the cave. Hope surged in my chest. I pushed myself harder, my lungs burning, my legs aching. The stone walls of the passage gave way to the fitted rockwork of the entrance tunnel. I saw it, a pale, gray rectangle of lesser darkness against the absolute black, the night sky. With a final, desperate burst of speed, I burst out of the mouth of the cave and into the cool, humid night air. I stumbled onto the paved walkway, my legs giving out from under me, and collapsed onto my hands and knees. Gasping for breath, the wild, frantic pounding of my own heart deafening in my ears. I stayed there for a long time, knelt on the ground, the scent of wet leaves and night, blooming flowers filling my senses. When my breathing finally returned to something resembling normal, I became aware of something else. Silence, but a different kind. The gentle, living silence of the surface world. The chirping of crickets, the rustle of leaves in a faint breeze. The sound that I had been fleeing, The awful, suffocating, lonely cough was gone. It had stopped the instant I crossed the threshold. It had stayed in the dark. I shakily got to my feet and turned to face the entrance. It was a gaping black wound in the hillside. I had spent thousands of hours of my life in there, and I had always seen it as a place of wonder. Now, looking into that maw, I felt nothing but a profound and primal terror. My mistake had been thinking the suffering of those people was just a story, a piece of history sealed in the past. It wasn't. It was an echo that had been trapped in the silence. And tonight it had noticed me listening. I didn't file a report that night. What would I have written? Park ranger chased from cave by mysterious cough. They would have sent me for a psychological evaluation. I simply locked the gate to the historic entrance, my hands shaking so badly it took 3 attempts to get the key into the padlock. The familiar, solid click of the lock seemed to offer no security at all. I knew the sound wasn't contained by a mere steel gate. It didn't belong to the physical world. It belonged to the silence, and the silence was the cave itself. The drive home was a surreal ordeal. Every familiar sound of my old pickup truck, the rumble of the engine, the whine of the tires on the asphalt, the rattling of a loose piece of trim on the dashboard, was a comfort and a torment. They were the sounds of the living world, a world I had desperately fled back to. Yet, in the brief moments of quiet between the gears shifting, or when I stopped at a deserted country intersection, my ears strained, listening for an echo of what I'd left behind. I kept glancing in the rearview mirror, half expecting to see a shadowy figure in the truck bed, a silhouette hunched over in a fit of coughing. Sleep, when it finally came hours later, offered no escape. My dreams were a chaotic replay of the flight, a feverish loop of wending passages and bouncing flashlight beams. But in the dream, I wasn't alone. Figures lined the walls, their faces pale and gaunt in the flickering light. They didn't move or reach for me. They just watched, their eyes deep, dark pools of suffering. And from their open mouths came that same, single, synchronized sound, the wet, tearing cough that had pursued me. I awoke with a gasp, my own throat raw and tight, my pajamas soaked in a cold sweat. I sat up in bed and, to my horror, a dry, rasping cough escaped my own lips. It was a product of a panicked, dry throat, I told myself, a psychosomatic reaction. But as I went to the kitchen for a glass of water, the sound of it echoed in my silent house, and it sounded terrifyingly familiar. The next morning, I called in sick. I couldn't face it. I couldn't stand under the bright sun and pretend that the world beneath my feet wasn't holding on to its misery. The day was spent in a state of hyper-vigilance. The house was too quiet. Every creak of the floorboards, every groan of the pipes, sent a jolt of adrenaline through me. I turned on the television just for the noise, the mindless chatter a bulwark against the silence I now feared more than anything. My own small cough persisted, a tiny dry hack that felt like a foreign seed planted in my chest. I knew I couldn't avoid it forever. The following day, I drove to the park administration building, my stomach a knot of anxiety. I walked straight into the office of my supervisor, a senior ranger named Marcus Thorne. Mark was a lifer, a man who had dedicated 40 years to the park. He was weathered, pragmatic, and not prone to flights of fancy. "Elias," he said, looking up from his paperwork. "Feeling better? You look like you've seen a ghost." The phrase hit me with the force of a physical blow. I sank into the chair opposite his desk, unable to muster a reply. "What is it, son?" he asked, his tone shifting from casual to concerned. And so I told him. I told him everything. I started with the family tour and the faint sounds, my initial dismissal of them as acoustics. I described the sweep, the sound moving, the chase, the sheer, unrelenting terror of it. I told him about the quality of the sound, not just a cough, but an expression of profound, lonely suffering. As I spoke, I expected him to interrupt, to question my story, to suggest I take some time off. But he just listened, his gaze fixed on my face, his expression unreadable. I finished my story, my voice hoarse, and concluded with the most difficult words. "And I can't go back down there, Mark. I can't." The office was quiet for a long moment. Mark leaned back in his chair, which groaned in protest. He steepled his fingers and stared at a geological map of the cave system on his wall, as if seeing it for the first time. Back in '83, he began, his voice low and even. We had a young seasonal ranger, a girl named Sarah, enthusiastic, just like you. She was doing a late night sweep near the huts. She came out of the cave just like you did, sprinting. Claimed something had whispered her name. Said it sounded like it was right on her shoulder, but the voice was full of gravel and phlegm. He paused, letting the words hang in the air. She quit the next day. Never came back, he continued. About 10 years ago, a caver from a professional grotto team was helping us survey a new passage that connected near the Broadway area. An old hand, very experienced. He got separated from his team for maybe 15 minutes. They found him huddled against a rock wall, shaking. He said he heard a woman weeping in the dark. Said when he called out, the weeping stopped and was replaced by a horrible, racking cough that just kept getting closer and closer until he turned on his headlamp and there was nothing there. My own small, persistent cough chose that moment to reappear. I tried to suppress it, but it came out as a strangled hack. Mark's eyes flicked down to me, and for the first time, I saw something in them beyond calm authority. It was a flicker of deep, wary recognition. The official explanation is always acoustics, he said, his voice barely above a whisper, or infrasound, low, frequency sound waves created by wind or water that can cause feelings of anxiety and dread, even auditory hallucinations. That's what we put in the reports. It's cleaner. It's scientific. He finally turned his gaze from the map to meet mine. But you, and I know what you heard, you're not the first Elias. You just got a stronger dose than most. You didn't just hear the echo. You listened to it, and it noticed. A profound, chilling validation washed over me. I wasn't losing my mind. I was a part of a secret history, an unspoken chapter in the park's legacy. The suffering of Dr. Krogan's patients wasn't just a story we told tourists. It was an active presence, an environmental contaminant trapped not in the air or the water, but in the silence itself. I put in for a transfer to surface duties that day. Mark approved it without question. I spent my last few years at Mammoth Cave maintaining trails, clearing brush, and managing campsites under the open sky. I could handle the howl of the wind, the roar of a thunderstorm, the chatter of birds. Those were the sounds of life. I never went back down into the cave. Not once. Even the thought of standing at the elevator, of feeling that first rush of cool, subterranean air, was enough to make my throat tighten and that little cough return. I left the Park Service a few years later. The magic was gone. I couldn't look at the rolling green hills without being acutely aware of the immense, silent, waiting darkness beneath. I couldn't shake the feeling that I had brought a piece of it back with me. The experience didn't just leave me with a story, it left me with a symptom. To this day, in moments of quiet contemplation, or when I wake in the dead of night, I can feel a faint tickle in my own lungs. A dry, unproductive cough will sometimes escape my lips, a pale imitation of the sound that chased me through the dark. It's an echo of an echo, a constant, physical reminder that some places hold on to their pain. And that pain is still down there, still sick, still contagious, waiting patiently in the suffocating silence for the next person to listen a little too closely. My name is Maya Singh, and I am a park ranger with the National Park Service. My first seasonal assignment, a placement I had pursued with a singular focus for the better part of my university years, was on the north rim of the Grand Canyon. To anyone unfamiliar with the geography of the place, the distinction might seem trivial. It is not. The South Rim is where the world comes to visit. It's a bustling hub of hotels, tour buses, and a constant river of people flowing along paved lookouts. It's magnificent, but it's a managed, curated magnificence. The North Rim, however, is a different beast entirely. It's quieter, higher in elevation, and accessible only for a few months out of the year before heavy snows render it impassable. It's wilder, more isolated, and feels infinitely more ancient. It's a place that doesn't just demand your respect, it commands it with a profound, an unsettling silence. My arrival coincided with the late spring thaw. The air was still crisp with the memory of winter, carrying the scent of pine and damp earth. I was what the seasoned rangers affectionately, and sometimes condescendingly, called a greenhorn. Fresh out of the academy, my uniform was still stiff, my boots not yet scuffed with the distinctive red dust of the canyon, and my head was filled with regulations, procedures, and a textbook understanding of natural dangers. I knew about dehydration, hypothermia, flash floods, and the appropriate response codes for everything from a twisted ankle to a lost child. What the textbooks didn't prepare me for was the psychological weight of the place, the sheer scale of the emptiness that could swallow sound, light, and a person's sense of self. The old-timers, rangers who had spent decades walking these trails, had a tradition for dealing with rookies like me. They liked to haze us, not with pranks or menial tasks, but with stories. Ghost stories, specifically. It was their way of breaking us in, of testing our nerve while subtly imparting the unwritten rules of the canyon. Each trail, each peak, each shadowy ravine seemed to have its own spectral resident. But their favorite, the one they saved for the first gathering around the fire, pit behind the ranger station, was the wailing woman of the transept trail, Frank. A ranger with a face like a topographical map of the canyon itself, was the designated storyteller. He'd let the sky deepen to a bruised purple, and the first stars prick the darkness before he'd begin. The transept trail isn't like Bright Angel or the Kaibab. He started, his voice a low rumble that seemed to blend with the whisper of the wind in the ponderosa pines. It's easy, mostly flat. Connects the lodge to the campground. Families walk it after dinner. But easy doesn't mean safe. Not here. The story, he explained, dated back to the 1920s, shortly after the Grand Canyon Lodge was built. A wealthy family from back east. He never gave them a name, which somehow made it more chilling. Was staying for the summer. One afternoon, the husband and his young son, no older than 10, decided to go for a short hike on the transept. The wife stayed behind at the lodge, nursing a headache. While they were out, a summer monsoon, vicious and sudden, boiled over the rim. Storms in the canyon aren't like storms anywhere else. They are violent, localized, and utterly terrifying. The temperature plummets, lightning spiders across the sky, and rain falls in blinding sheets. They never came back, Frank said, pausing to let the words sink in. A search party went out the next day. They found a small landslide on a section of the trail. Found the boy's hat, but they never found the bodies. The canyon keeps what it takes. The woman, he continued, was shattered. She refused to leave the lodge, spending her days staring out at the trail, her mind unraveling with grief. After a week, a chambermaid found her in her room. She had taken her own life. But according to the legend, she never truly left. Her spirit, forever trapped in a loop of sorrow and searching, wanders the transept trail at dusk. She is forever looking for the family she lost, her cries echoing in the twilight. They even had a description passed down through generations of rangers and hotel staff, a long, flowing white dress adorned with a delicate pattern of blue flowers. I listened, of course. I nodded in the right places and feigned a shiver for their benefit. Internally, however, I cataloged it as a clever pedagogical tool. It was a macabre but effective way to remind us rookies that no trail is truly easy. It was a story about complacency, a warning that the canyon's beauty is a mask for its inherent dangers. The ghost wasn't the threat, the storm, the landslide, the sheer cliff edges were. The story was just the spooky wrapping paper on a very practical gift of advice. I filed it away under local folklore and focused on my duties. For my first 3 weeks, my patrols were uneventful, consisting mostly of reminding tourists to carry enough water and answering the same questions about the canyon's age. I was beginning to feel a rhythm, a sense of belonging. The initial awe was being replaced by a comfortable familiarity. Then, I drew the late, evening patrol for the transept trail. It was my first time walking it alone as the day died. I started my patrol an hour before sunset. The trail was beautiful, just as described. It hugged the rim, offering breathtaking views of the shifting shadows and fiery colors painting the canyon walls. The air was sweet, and the last of the day, trippers were heading back to the lodge or the campground, their laughter and conversations fading into the vastness. As the sun finally bled out behind the distant mesas, a profound silence descended. The air grew still and cold with an unnerving speed. It felt as if the entire world was holding its breath. That's when I heard it. It wasn't the wind, or an animal, or the distant hum of the lodge's generator. It was a sound that didn't belong. It was thin and reedy, carried on the now silent air from somewhere further down the trail. It was the sound of someone sobbing. A desolate, heartbroken sound that cut through the tranquility of the evening and straight into my bones. Every nerve ending I possessed went on high alert. The ghost story, which had been a distant, amusing anecdote just moments before, flashed in my mind unwelcome and vivid. I pushed it away. My training, solid and logical, surged to the forefront. A dam against the tide of campfire fueled fear. This was not a ghost. This was a person in distress. I immediately reached for the radio clipped to my shoulder strap, my thumb pressing the transmit button. My voice was steady, professional, betraying none of the sudden, cold dread coiling in my stomach. "Dispatch, this is Ranger Singh on the Transcept Trail." The reply was instantaneous, a crackle of static and a calm female voice. "Go ahead, Singh." "Dispatch, I have a possible 10-4, an injured or distressed person." Sounds like a female audibly crying. I am proceeding to investigate now. Approximate location is a quarter-mile from the lodge trailhead. Received, Singh. Proceed with caution. Let us know if you require backup. Will do, I said, releasing the button. The simple, procedural exchange was grounding. This was my job. I was a ranger. Someone needed help. I unclipped my heavy-duty flashlight from my belt, even though there was still a faint wash of residual light in the sky. The weight of it in my hand was a comfort. I began to move toward the sound, my boots crunching softly on the gravel path. The sobbing continued, a desperate, rhythmic lament that seemed to be drawing me deeper into the encroaching darkness. The sound led me away from the manicured safety of the main trail. It was a subtle pull at first, originating from just beyond a thick stand of ponderosa pines that bordered the path. My flashlight beam cut a sharp, white cone through the deepening gloom, dancing over pine needles and weathered rock. The air was getting colder, the kind of damp cold that sinks into your bones and makes the fine hairs on your arms stand up. Every rational instinct, every hour of my training, screamed that a person in genuine distress would not be moving away from the sound of a rescuer. They would call back, move towards the light, do something to signal their position. But the sobbing continued, a steady, mournful metronome of grief, and it was undeniably drawing me further into the woods. "Ma'am." "This is a park ranger calling!" "I can hear you, but I can't see you. Are you all right?" My voice sounded loud and intrusive in the crushing silence that fell between each sob. For a moment, the crying stopped. The silence that replaced it was somehow worse, thick with anticipation. I swept my light in a slow arc, searching for a flash of color, a broken branch, any sign of a person. Nothing. Then the sobbing started again, but it had moved. It was further away now, and distinctly to my left, closer to the canyon's edge. A flicker of movement caught my eye. It was at the very edge of my flashlight's throw, a pale shape drifting between the dark trunks of the trees. Something white. My heart gave a painful lurch against my ribs. Frank's story echoed in my mind a long, flowing white dress. I dismissed it as a coincidence. A trick of the light. It was probably just a tourist in a light, colored jacket who had wandered off the path, gotten disoriented as darkness fell, and was now panicking. It happened all the time. My job was to find her and lead her back to safety. I followed, my hand now resting on the cool, reassuring grip of my flashlight. The sobbing was leading me onto a faint game path, their trail trodden into the earth by deer and other wildlife. This was territory my training officer had explicitly warned us about. These paths often skirted the most notoriously unstable sections of the rim, areas prone to rockfalls and erosion that weren't obvious in the dark. The ground under my boots became softer, less certain. The scent of pine was now mixed with the dry, dusty smell of loosened earth. The light was failing fast, the last vestiges of twilight swallowed by the immense, star-dusted blackness of the canyon sky. "Mom, I need you to stop right where you are!" I shouted, my voice tighter than I wanted it to be. "This area isn't safe! The trail is back this way!" The only answer was another heart-wrenching sob, pulling me onward like a fish on a line. The feeling of being manipulated, of being led, was growing stronger. It was a deeply unsettling sensation that went against the core of my role as a ranger. I was supposed to be the one in control of the situation, the one establishing order. Here, I was simply reacting, being drawn deeper into a scenario that felt increasingly wrong. That's when I saw her. It wasn't just a flicker this time. For a full, breathtaking second, illuminated in the periphery of my light, I saw the back of a woman. She was standing partially obscured by a gnarled juniper tree. Perhaps 50 yards ahead, she wore a long, pale dress, and on the fabric, faint even in the dim light, I could make out delicate, dark patterns. Like flowers. Blue flowers. She was drifting between the trees, her movement unnaturally smooth, heading directly for the edge of the rim. My heart wasn't just pounding anymore. It was hammering against my sternum like a trapped bird. The story was real. The air in my lungs turned to ice. Every skeptical, logical thought I had ever formed evaporated into the cold night air. The wailing woman of the transept trail was not a story. She was right in front of me, and I had followed her off the path, just like her husband and son had a century ago. The cautionary tale was playing out in real time, and I was its newest character. My hand felt slick with sweat on the handle of my flashlight. The radio on my shoulder felt a million miles away. What could I even say? "Dispatch, I've made visual contact with the ghost." But then a second sound reached me. It was utterly alien to the woman's weeping, and it severed the spell of fear she had cast over me. It came from the same direction she was heading, from the darkness just beyond her. It was a low, dry, chittering sound. A rhythmic, rasping click. It was a sound that had texture, a sound you could almost feel scraping against your teeth. Click, chitter, click. It was like 1,000 dried locust shells being crushed, or like large, serrated rocks being scraped together with deliberate, mechanical precision. It was an ancient, predatory sound that had no place in the natural world I knew. I froze, 1 foot half raised. The sound prickled the skin on my neck and sent a wave of primal dread through me, a fear far deeper and more instinctual than the ghostly terror I had felt moments before. The woman sobbing, I realized with a sudden, gut-wrenching clarity, was a lure. It was bait. But the clicking was the hook. The clicking was the thing the bait was designed to draw you toward. My entire perception of the scene shifted. The woman in white slowly turned her head. Her face was a blur of shadow and twilight, and I couldn't make out any features, but I didn't need to. In that single, slow movement, I felt a wave of pure, desperate warning wash over me. It was a palpable force, an emotion projected across the space between us. She wasn't trying to lead me to my death. She was trying to show me what had caused hers. The legend was wrong, or, more accurately, it was incomplete. She wasn't wandering the trail in search of her family. She was forever enacting her own fatal mistake, a spectral beacon trying to guide people away from the real threat. The thing that made the clicking sound, the thing that had taken her husband and son from her all those years ago. The thing that had likely driven her to madness, not grief alone. I didn't see what it was. I had a sudden, absolute conviction that to see it would be to share the woman's fate. The chittering sound was enough. It spoke of mandibles and carapaces, of things that scuttled in the dark places of the earth and hunted with a cold, insectile intelligence. I began to back away slowly, deliberately, placing my feet with exaggerated care. I never took my eyes from the spot where the clicking sound was coming from, a patch of impenetrable darkness just beyond the ghostly white dress. My flashlight beam trembled, and I fought to hold it steady. The woman in white remained a silent, sorrowful sentinel at the edge of abyss, her warning delivered. I didn't turn my back until my boots hit the solid, reassuring gravel of the main trail. The feeling was like breaking the surface of the water after being held under for too long. I gasped for air I didn't realize I'd been holding. My radio felt like a useless brick in my hand, a toy from a world that now seemed naive and simple. How do you report a sound? How do you explain on an official channel that the local ghost story is not only real but is, in fact, a public service announcement? My mistake was in my initial assessment. I had heard a cry for help and rushed in, assuming I understood the nature of the emergency. I thought the ghost story was about the woman, a tragedy of loss and grief. It wasn't. The story is about what she's running from. And as I stood there, trembling in the cold, I knew with a chilling certainty that it was still out there, just beyond the trail, clicking in the dark. Getting back to the ranger station was a blur. My feet moved automatically over the familiar path, but my mind was still back in the trees, trapped between a ghostly warning and a sound that scraped at the edges of sanity. The short distance I had to travel felt like miles. Every rustle of leaves, every snap of a twig, sent a fresh jolt of adrenaline through my system. The darkness no longer felt empty, it felt watchful. The familiar shapes of the ponderosa pines seemed to transform into hunched, waiting figures in my peripheral vision. I held my flashlight in a white, knuckled grip, swinging its beam erratically into the shadows, half expecting to see something scuttling just beyond its reach. When the warm, yellow lights of the ranger station finally appeared through the trees, the relief was so profound it almost brought me to my knees. I stumbled through the door, my face pale and my uniform jacket feeling cold and clammy against my skin. Frank was sitting at the main desk, logging the day's visitor statistics. He looked up, his weathered face creasing with mild curiosity. "Close out your patrol sing," he asked, his voice a casual rumble. I fumbled with the radio on my shoulder, my fingers feeling clumsy and disconnected from my brain. I had to say something. I had to close the loop with dispatch. I pressed the transmit button, my throat dry. "Dispatch, this is Singh. Regarding the 1054 on the transept." I paused, my mind racing for a plausible lie. "I've concluded my search. I was unable to locate the source of the sound. It's possible it was an animal, maybe a fox, or the wind playing tricks through the rocks. The trail is clear. I'm back at the station." Code 4. Received Singh. "Glad it was nothing. Good work." The voice crackled back. And just like that, the incident was officially over. A neat little entry in the daily log. The words, Code 4, no further assistance needed. Felt like a profound betrayal of what had actually happened. Frank eyed me over the top of his reading glasses. "Everything all right out there, kid? You look like you've seen a ghost." The irony was so sharp it was almost painful. I forced a weak smile. "Just got a bit spooked, that's all. It gets really quiet out there when the sun goes down." He nodded slowly, his gaze lingering on me for a moment longer than was comfortable. "That it does," he said, turning back to his logbook. "The quiet has a way of filling up with things, if you let it." I couldn't tell if it was a simple observation or a veiled acknowledgement of the story he'd told me weeks ago. In that moment, I made the decision not to tell him, not to tell anyone. How could I? They would think I was a hysterical rookie who let a campfire story get the better of her. They might put me on desk duty, or worse, decide I wasn't cut out for the isolation of the North Rim. I couldn't risk it. The secret settled in my gut like a cold, heavy stone. But I couldn't let it go. Sleep offered no escape that night. My dreams were a chaotic replay of the sobbing, the white dress, and the relentless, chittering click that echoed from the darkness. The next day, and for every day that followed, I found myself consumed by a quiet obsession. During my patrols, I was hyper-vigilant, my eyes constantly scanning the edges of the trails, my ears straining for any sound that was out of place. The canyon was no longer just a place of majestic beauty. It was a place with teeth, a place that held a terrible secret just beneath its stunning facade. My free time was spent in the station's small, dusty records room. I told my supervisor I was doing research for a visitor education program on the park's history. It was a plausible excuse that gave me access to decades of archived files. I started with the transept trail. I read every incident report associated with it, going back to the 1920s. There were dozens twisted ankles, dehydration cases, lost hikers who were found within hours. And then there were the others, the ones that made the hair on my neck stand up. There was a report from 1958. A young couple, honeymooners, reported missing. Their car was still in the lodge parking lot. An extensive search found nothing. The official conclusion was that they had likely attempted a dangerous, unapproved descent into the canyon and fallen. Their bodies were never recovered. In 1972, a lone hiker vanished from the transept. His backpack was found neatly placed by the side of the trail, his water bottle still half full. The ranger who wrote the report noted, with what I now read as chilling understatement, that it was as if he simply walked away from his belongings and disappeared into thin air. The case was closed because unknown. Then I found it, a handwritten entry from a seasonal ranger in the summer of 1981. His name was Miller. He was responding to a report of strange noises near the transept campground. His official report was vague, attributing the sounds to unidentified nocturnal animal activity. But clipped to the back of the official form was a small personal log entry written on a separate sheet of paper. It was clearly not meant for official review. August 14th, called out to transept again, same report. Sounds coming from the woods. This time I heard it myself. It's not a coyote. It's not a badger. It's a clicking sound like rocks or bones. Dry, rhythmic. Had a feeling I was being watched. Something is out there. Something old. Told Henderson it was probably just a porcupine. Don't think he bought it. Don't think I care. I felt a jolt of vindication so strong it almost made me dizzy. I wasn't crazy. Someone else had heard it. Ranger Miller had heard it almost 40 years ago. He had heard the hook, not just the lure. He had recognized it as something wrong, something that didn't belong in the known world of coyotes and porcupines. And he, too, had hidden it behind a plausible lie, a quiet dismissal that allowed the official world to keep spinning on its axis, untroubled by what lurked in the shadows. My mistake, I realized, was in my initial assessment. It was a mistake born of training and confidence, of believing that the world was composed only of things that could be neatly categorized and filed away in an incident report. I had heard a cry for help and rushed in, assuming I knew the nature of the emergency and my role as a rescuer. I thought the ghost story was about the woman, a human tragedy of loss and grief. It wasn't. The story isn't about her at all. She is just the first chapter, the prologue. The real story, the one that is never written down, is about what she's perpetually running from. The story is about the clicking. I never patrolled the transept trail at dusk again without a cold knot of dread in my stomach. I never heard the sobbing again, but I didn't need to. The knowledge was enough. The old-timers hazing the rookies with the tale of the wailing woman now seemed like a profound, if perhaps unintentional, act of public service. They were passing on the warning, even if they no longer understood its true meaning. They were keeping the first part of the story alive. It was my duty, I now believed, to remember the second. I am a park ranger. I am here to protect the public from the dangers of the Grand Canyon, and I have learned that some of those dangers are not on any map, and the only warning system is the ghost of a woman in a white dress with blue flowers, forever trying to lead us away from the thing that still lives just off the trail, waiting in the dark. My name is Benjamin Carter, and for 2 decades my life was inextricably bound to the deep woods and ancient peaks of the Great Smoky Mountains. I wasn't a biologist or historian. My role was more immediate, more primal. I was the Chief of Search and Rescue Operations, a title that sounds far more organized and official than the reality of the work itself. For 20 years, I led the teams that went into the wilderness when others were desperately trying to get out. We were the ones called when a casual day hike turned into a nightmare, when a child wandered away from a campsite, or when a seasoned outdoorsman simply didn't return. The Smokies are not like other parks. They are older, draped in a kind of profound, heavy silence that can feel either like a comforting embrace or a crushing weight, depending on the circumstances. The forests are dense, a tangled labyrinth of rhododendron, mountain laurel, and ancient hardwoods that can swallow sound and light just a few feet from a marked trail. The weather is a fickle, malicious entity, capable of shifting from sun-drenched serenity to a blinding, freezing fog in the span of a single hour. When someone goes missing here, the park itself becomes the adversary. You aren't just looking for a person, you are fighting the terrain, the clock, and the insidious, creeping disorientation that this wilderness so expertly wields against the unprepared. In a place this steeped in history and shadow, you learn that every ridge, every cove, and every creek has its stories. They are passed down from the Cherokee who first named these mountains the place of blue smoke, and from the hardy, isolated settlers who later carved out a life in their unforgiving hollows. As a ranger, and especially as a Sayar leader, you become a reluctant collector of this lore. You hear the tales whispered at command posts during long, tense nights. You hear them from old-timers in the gateway towns, their eyes distant as they recount things their grandfathers saw. You learn to sift through them, to separate the campfire embellishments from the kernels of what might be genuine warnings. We have two ghost light legends in our region that are more persistent than any others. They are spoken of with a gravity that transcends mere folklore. The first, and more infamous, are the Brown Mountain Lights. Ask anyone who has spent enough time on the Blue Ridge Parkway, and they'll have an opinion. The lights are described as strange, silent orbs, sometimes white, sometimes reddish-orange, that rise from the dense forest blanketing the mountain. They hover, dance in impossible formations, and then vanish without a trace. Scientists have offered every explanation imaginable, from swamp gas to reflections of distant car headlights, but none have ever stuck. No theory can fully account for the sheer strangeness of the sightings, some of which date back centuries. The local reputation of these lights is decidedly malevolent. Stories are told of hunters who followed them, only to be found days later, miles from where they started, their minds fractured and their bodies frozen. The lights are seen as a symptom of the mountain's wrongness, a lure for the lost, and a beacon of impending doom. They are a story you tell to scare rookies into respecting the woods. The other story is its antithesis. It's a tale born of tragedy, but steeped in hope. The legend is centered on the northern shore of Fontana Lake, a vast finger-like body of water created when the Little Tennessee River was dammed in the 1940s, flooding entire communities and homesteads. The story goes that long before the dam, a settler's young daughter wandered from their cabin and became lost in the dense woods near the river. Despite a frantic, week-long search, she was never found. Her heartbroken father, so the legend says, refused to give up. For the rest of his life, he would walk the shoreline every night with a lantern, calling her name, his grief a palpable presence in the mountains. They say his spirit remains still searching. And if you find yourself lost in that sprawling, unforgiving wilderness, his lantern will appear, a single, warm, bobbing light. It won't lead you to him, but it will guide you, turn by turn, back to a trail, back to a road, back to safety. In my line of work, you cling to a story like that. It's a piece of light in a place that holds so much darkness. We've found people delirious with hypothermia, their bodies broken from falls, their eyes hollow with a terror I wouldn't wish on my worst enemy. We found those we were too late to save. After a recovery mission, when you're carrying a body bag through the quiet, indifferent trees, the thought of a father's eternal love lighting the way for the lost is more than a comforting tale. It's a necessary one. I always preferred that legend. It felt like an acknowledgement that for all the wilderness takes, maybe, just maybe, it sometimes gives something back. About 5 years ago, that preference was put to the ultimate test. The call came in on a late afternoon in October. A 9-year-old boy, Jake, had gone missing from the 20 Mile Creek area. It was a family camping trip, one of those idyllic autumn getaways. According to the frantic parents, he had been playing hide. and seek with his older brother near the trailhead. He'd run off to find a hiding spot and had simply not come back. It's the classic, stomach-dropping scenario that every SAR team dreads. A child, a vast wilderness, and a ticking clock. Worse, a storm front, which had been forecast to stay north, had abruptly changed course and was bearing down on us. By the time my partner, Dave, and I arrived on the scene, the sky was already the color of a fresh bruise, and a low, heavy mist was beginning to cling to the forest floor. The air grew still and cold, charged with a heavy electric silence. We established a command post, got the initial search grids laid out, and sent the first teams in, but we all knew we were in a desperate race against the weather. Within the hour, the storm broke. It wasn't just rain, it was a torrential, blinding downpour. The mist exploded into a fog so thick it felt like a physical wall. Visibility dropped to less than 10 feet. The world shrank to a disorienting circle of damp ground at our feet. Radio chatter became sporadic, broken by static. The search, which had begun with organized urgency, was quickly devolving into a hazardous, piecemeal effort. Dave and I were working a particularly nasty section of the grid, a steep drainage choked with rhododendron. The slick leaves and gnarled roots made every step a potential disaster. We were calling out to each other, our voices sounding flat and dead in the oppressive fog. "Ben, you see anything?" Dave's voice was just a few yards to my left. "Nothing but this damn soup!" I yelled back, pulling a thorny branch from my rain slicker. Let's stick close. But the forest had other ideas. I pushed through a particularly dense thicket, expecting him to be right behind me. When I turned back, there was nothing, just a swirling, impenetrable gray curtain. "Dave," I called. "Silence." "Dave," I yelled louder this time. The only reply was the drumming of rain on my hood and the gurgle of a nearby stream, its sound distorted by the fog. We were separated. It happens, but in these conditions, it was profoundly dangerous. I pulled out my compass, hoping to get a bearing and backtrack. The needle trembled, spinning lazily before settling on a direction that felt completely, intuitively wrong. The magnetic fields in these mountains are notoriously unreliable, but this felt different. It felt like the wilderness itself was actively trying to confuse me. That's when the first real tendril of fear, cold and sharp, pierced through my professional composure. It was a familiar feeling, that cold knot of dread tightening in my stomach, but it was usually for the person we were searching for. This time, it was for the kid, and it was for me. I was alone, disoriented, with failing equipment and zero visibility, deep within a wilderness that had just swallowed a child. The scale of the situation, the sheer indifferent power of the mountains, pressed in on me. I stood there for a long moment, utterly and completely lost. And then I saw it. Through the shifting, swirling gray, a light appeared. It wasn't the harsh, blue, white beam of Dave's LED headlamp. This was a single warm, yellow glow, bobbing gently in the mist about 50 yards ahead of me. It moved with the soft, swaying rhythm of an old-fashioned oil lantern being carried by a steady hand. My heart leaped. My first thought, a desperate, illogical one, was that it was another searcher, perhaps from a different team. But no one used lanterns like that anymore. No one. My second thought was of the story. The father's lantern. A guiding light for the lost. A wave of profound, irrational relief washed over me, so powerful it almost brought me to my knees. I was tired, soaked to the bone, and my training was screaming at me to stay put, to try and reestablish contact. But hope is a powerful narcotic. In that moment of utter desperation, seeing that gentle, promising light, I chose to believe in the comforting tale. I made a decision based not on 20 years of experience, but on a piece of folklore. I took a deep breath, my fear momentarily forgotten, and I started to walk toward it. Following the light was an act of surrender. Every instinct honed by years of training screamed at me to stop, to find shelter, to use my whistle and wait for the sound of another human being. Protocol existed for a reason. It was a shield against panic, a set of rules forged in the failures and tragedies of past searches. To abandon it was to abandon reason itself. But reason had deserted me somewhere back in the suffocating fog. leaving me with nothing but a spinning compass needle and the chilling reality of my own vulnerability. The warm, yellow glow ahead was the only anchor in a world that had come unmoored. It was hope made visible. My first steps were clumsy, my boots sliding on moss-slicked rocks. The light held its distance, maintaining a steady pace about 50 yards ahead. It moved with an uncanny smoothness, bobbing gently as it navigated the treacherous terrain with an ease I couldn't hope to match. I pushed through dense curtains of rhododendron, their waxy leaves cold and wet against my face, the gnarled branches grabbing at my clothes like skeletal fingers. I stumbled over unseen roots and plunged ankle deep into pockets of freezing mud. Through it all, the light was my single point of focus, a solitary candle flame in an infinite, gray void. The relief I felt was so profound it bordered on euphoria. The legend was real. The Father's Spirit was here, a benevolent guide in this forsaken place. He would lead me to the boy, or back to the trail. He would lead me out of the darkness. For the first 15 minutes, this faith sustained me. I moved with a renewed sense of purpose, my earlier fear dissolving in the lantern's gentle promise. I tried calling out to it, my voice raw. "Hello? Can you hear me?"
"I'm with Search and Rescue!"
My words were swallowed by the fog, deadened by the thick, sound-absorbing air. The light offered no reply. It simply continued its steady, silent procession. I rationalized the silence. A spirit wouldn't need to speak. Its purpose was singular to guide, and so I followed, trusting its silent wisdom over my own failing senses. But as the minutes stretched on, a subtle dissonance began to creep into the edges of my relief. The light was leading me steadily downward. My internal map of the area, though scrambled, told me the command post, and the primary search grids were higher up the ridge. This path felt wrong. We were moving away from the 20-Mile Creek area, descending deeper into the drainage, toward the one place I knew we shouldn't be going, the north shore of Fontana Lake. Why would it lead me here? The missing boy, Jake, had vanished miles from the lakeshore. My objective, and the objective of this spectral guide, should have been to get back to the search area. A cold seed of doubt began to sprout in my gut, coiling next to the fading warmth of my hope. I tried to suppress it. Perhaps this was a little-known shortcut, a game trail the spirit knew that would eventually loop back toward the command post. The thought was thin, a flimsy rationalization against a growing tide of unease. My training started to reassert itself, a frantic voice in the back of my mind screaming that I was making a catastrophic error. Never follow something you can't identify. Never abandon your grid. Never trust your senses in the fog. I slowed my pace, my eyes narrowed, trying to discern a figure behind the light. Was there a person carrying it? I could see nothing. The glow was crisp, contained, with no spill or halo that suggested a person's silhouette blocking it. It was just the light itself, moving through the forest as if suspended by an invisible wire. Its movement, which had at first seemed so reassuringly human, the gentle bobbing of a lantern, now felt unnervingly perfect. It never faltered, never hesitated. It glided over obstacles that forced me into undignified scrambles. It was too smooth, too rhythmic. It was the movement of a pendulum, not a person. The forest itself seemed to be changing around me. The air grew heavier, colder. The oppressive silence was broken only by my own ragged breathing and the drip of water from unseen branches. I felt a profound sense of being watched, not by a single entity, but by the entire ancient woods. The trees, looming as dark, shapeless masses in the periphery, felt less like plants and more like silent, patient observers. The hope I had clung to was rapidly curdling into a very different emotion. The warm yellow light no longer felt like a beacon of fatherly love. It felt like a lure. My boots crunched on gravel, and I realized the ground had leveled out. The dense undergrowth thinned, and I could hear a new sound, soft and rhythmic, the gentle lapping of water against a shore. I broke through a final line of skeletal trees and stopped, my breath catching in my throat. I was standing on the shore of Fontana Lake. The fog was thinner here, rolling in spectral tendrils across the surface of the black, glassy water. This was no fishing spot or boat launch. It was a small, hidden cove, hemmed in by steep, rocky banks, a place that felt utterly secluded and forgotten by time. The air was thick with the smell of damp earth and something else, something faintly stagnant and sorrowful. And the light did not stop. It didn't pause at the water's edge to wait for me. It didn't turn back. It glided seamlessly from land to water, moving out over the lake's dark surface without a sound, without creating so much as a ripple. My blood ran cold. The last desperate shred of my belief in the comforting story disintegrated into absolute, paralyzing terror. This was not a spirit of grief and guidance. This was impossible. This was wrong. The lantern continued its serene, horrifying journey until it was about 20 yards from the shore. And there, it stopped. It hovered, suspended about a foot above the surface, its warm, yellow light casting a perfect, unwavering circle on the inky water below. It waited. The gentle, bobbing motion was gone. It was perfectly still now, a single, malevolent eye in the gloom. The warmth I had so eagerly followed now felt predatory, a deceptive heat masking an abyssal cold. It had not led me to safety. It had led me here, to this specific, isolated place. It had brought me to the water's edge for a reason. I stood frozen on the shore, my feet cemented to the slick, gray stones. My mind was a maelstrom of fear and disbelief. I stared at the impossibly hovering light, and then my eyes were drawn to the circle of illuminated water directly beneath it. The glow penetrated the murky depths, revealing the silt and sunken leaves on the lake bed. At first, I saw nothing else. Then, a flicker of movement, a pale shape stirring in the depths. It was faint, almost a trick of the light. I squinted, my heart hammering against my ribs. The shape resolved itself, drifting slowly upward, drawn toward the underside of the lantern's glow. It was the pale, shimmering form of a boy. He wasn't swimming. He was suspended in the water, his limbs floating listlessly. He looked to be maybe 12 or 13 years old, his hair waving like dark weeds in the gentle current. As the form drifted closer to the surface, I saw his face. His eyes were wide open, staring up at the light, but they were empty, milky, and vacant. A silent scream was frozen on his pale lips. This wasn't the lost girl from the legend. This wasn't the 9-year-old Jake I was searching for. This was someone else. This was a ghost, a memory of a tragedy trapped in this forgotten cove. And the light, the beautiful, hopeful light, was its bait. Time ceased to function. My reality collapsed into the single, horrific tableau before me, the malevolent, hovering lantern and the drowned boy suspended in its glow. The air I was breathing felt thick and ancient, stolen from a crypt. The story of the father's lantern, the one I had clung to like a prayer, was not just wrong, it was a cruel inversion. The hope it offered was a mask for a deep and predatory loneliness. The light wasn't a guide sent by a grieving father. It was a lure wielded by a lonely child. He wasn't showing lost souls the way to safety. He was gathering company. My mind, struggling to reconcile the impossible sight with the rational world, snagged on a fragmented memory. It was from a conversation years ago with a park historian, an old man with a near encyclopedic knowledge of the region's forgotten tragedies. He had mentioned a story, an obscure footnote, compared to the grand legend of the father's light. A boy had drowned in one of the coves of the Little Tennessee River long before the Fontana Dam was built. A boating accident. His body was never recovered from the deep, cold water. The family eventually moved away, leaving the tragedy to be swallowed by the forest and later by the rising waters of the lake. It was just another sad story in a land full of them, a story almost identical to one I'd heard about a place called Grouse Lake out in Yosemite. But standing here, with the ghost of that boy floating before me, the story was no longer a historical footnote. It was a living, breathing horror. The cold emanating from the water seemed to intensify, seeping through the soles of my boots and creeping up my legs. The warmth of the lantern, once a beacon of hope, now felt like the sickening, deceptive warmth of a fever. It was a predatory heat, designed to draw you in, to make you lower your guard before the cold consumed you. The spectral form of the boy shifted in the water, his empty eyes fixed on the light above him. Then, slowly, terrifyingly, his gaze shifted. His head turned in the water with an unnatural smoothness, and his vacant, milky eyes found mine. There was no malice in them, no anger. There was only a profound, bottomless void of solitude. His pale lips parted, and though no sound reached me, I felt a single word resonate in the deepest part of my mind, a silent, psychic please stay. He wanted me to step into the water. He wanted me to walk toward the light, to join him in the cold, silent dark. The invitation was not a command, but a pull, an appeal to the part of every human that fears being alone. The light pulsed, its yellow glow seeming to brighten, to become more inviting, more comforting. It was a siren song composed of light instead of sound. For a terrifying second, I felt my body sway forward. My foot scraped against a stone. The thought of the water, of the silence, of the end of all struggle, was a horrifyingly seductive whisper. It promised peace. It promised an end to being lost. It was the image of another boy that saved me, Jake, the 9-year-old living child I was actually here to find. His face, terrified and alive, flashed in my mind, a stark contrast to the dead, empty eyes in the water. My purpose, my duty, crashed back into me like a physical blow, shattering the hypnotic spell of the cove. I was not here to join the lost. I was here to save them. The fear that had paralyzed me erupted into a violent surge of adrenaline. The lure was broken. I took a single, stumbling step backward. The movement felt monumental, like breaking free from a powerful undertow. My boots slipped on the slick, algae-covered rock, and I fell hard onto my hands and knees. The sharp pain a welcome shock of reality. The light over the water remained perfectly still, its occupant watching me with that same profound emptiness. There was no anger at my refusal, only a patient, eternal waiting. It had time. It had all the time in the world. I knew with chilling certainty that if I didn't leave now, I never would. I didn't wait to see what it would do next. I scrambled up, turning my back on the light, and ran. The retreat was a blind, frantic scramble up the steep bank. I clawed at the mud and roots, ignoring the thorny branches that tore at my face and arms, leaving fiery trails of pain. I could feel the light behind me, a palpable presence on my back. I didn't dare look over my shoulder, terrified that I would see it gliding through the trees, following me, pacing me. I imagined I could hear a soft sigh carried on the wind, a whisper of disappointment that rippled across the water. Or maybe it was just the sound of my own ragged, panicked gasps for air. I burst through the tree line and back into the oppressive, uniform gray of the fog. I had no idea which way I was going. I was running on pure instinct, a terrified animal fleeing a predator it could not comprehend. I ran until my lungs burned and my legs felt like lead, until I tripped over a fallen log and sprawled headlong into the muck. I lay there for a moment, gasping, the adrenaline fading, replaced by a deep, shuddering exhaustion. The silence of the forest pressed in again, but the hypnotic quality was gone. Now, it just felt empty and hostile. I was about to push myself up when a light cut through the fog. My heart seized in my chest, but this light was different. It was a harsh, brilliant blue, white the unmistakable beam of a modern LED headlamp. It sliced through the mist, followed by the most beautiful sound I had ever heard, the crackle of a radio and a human voice. Command, this is Team 4. We've got nothing on this ridge. Visibility is still 0. Over. I stumbled toward the sound, shouting my voice crack. Hello! Over here! The beam swung toward me, pinning me in its glare. 2 figures emerged from the mist, their faces etched with a mixture of surprise and concern. It was another search team. The relief was so absolute that my knees buckled, and I had to lean against a tree to keep from collapsing. They looked at my scratched face, my mud-caked uniform, and their expressions softened with professional sympathy. Ranger, you all right? You're a long way from your grid, one of them said, his hand on my shoulder. I couldn't tell them what I saw. I couldn't say I'd abandoned my post to follow a ghost story to a haunted cove. They would have called for an immediate psych evaluation. I just shook my head, blaming the fog and a malfunctioning compass. They bought it without question. In these mountains, under these conditions, it was a perfectly believable story. An hour later, as our team regrouped near the trailhead, The call we had all been praying for came over the radio. Jake had been found. A team had located him huddled under a wide rock ledge, less than a mile from where he'd gone missing, scared, shivering, but miraculously unharmed. A wave of collective, exhausted relief rippled through the search teams. A child was safe. It was a victory. But as I walked back to my truck, the victory felt hollow. My mistake had been fundamental. I had trusted a comforting story in a place that offers no comfort. I had wanted to believe in a father's love, in a light that guides you home. But the wilderness doesn't care about happy endings. It is a vast, impartial entity, and it keeps its own history, its own tragedies. The stories it tells are not for our benefit. I know now that there are countless lights in the deep woods. Some are reflections, some are swamp gas, and some are the headlamps of rescuers coming to save you. But others are lures. They are the remnants of a sorrow so deep it has become a permanent feature of the landscape. And they are not meant to guide you home. They are meant to lead you to theirs. My name is Aisha Hassan. To my former colleagues in the sterile, climate-controlled world of communications engineering, my decision to accept a commission as a United States Park Ranger was an act of profound, almost laughable, career deviation. They saw a promising mind, one honed on the whetstone of signal processing and algorithmic analysis, willfully abandoning a lucrative future for a life of dirt trails and bare warnings. They couldn't comprehend the pull of the wilderness, the allure of a silence that was more than a mere absence of noise. For me, it wasn't an abandonment. It was a pilgrimage. I traded the hum of server farms for the whisper of wind through ponderosa pines, and I had never felt more at home than when I first set foot in the sprawling expanse of Carson National Forest. My background, I admit, is not the typical profile of a ranger. I spent the better part of a decade designing and refining systems that could pluck a single, coherent message from a maelstrom of electromagnetic chaos. My expertise was in filtering, amplifying, and decoding, finding the needle in a haystack the size of a galaxy. But the concrete canyons of the tech sector had begun to feel like a cage. I craved open spaces, the tangible reality of rock and soil, and the kind of complex systems that couldn't be rendered on a flowchart. When a position opened up near Taos, New Mexico, it felt like a convergence of my two disparate worlds. It was here, in the shadow of the Sangre de Cristo Mountains, that I first learned of the Taos hum. It was more than a local legend. It was a documented scientific anomaly, a persistent, low-frequency sound that only a small fraction of the population could perceive. I first read about it in a tattered journal left in the ranger station's common room. The article detailed decades of reports from so-called hearers who described a maddening diesel engine-like drone. Scientists from the University of New Mexico, engineers from Sandia National Laboratories, they had all come armed with their sophisticated instruments, and they had all left with little more than ambiguous data and shrugged shoulders. The proposed explanations were a buffet of scientific speculation, mass tinnitus, seismic standing waves, secret military communication networks, or even the collective drone of industrial equipment miles away, focused by unique geological formations. To me, it was the ultimate signal processing problem. A persistent, localized, and unidentified signal. It was a siren song for a mind like mine. I believed, with the quiet confidence of a specialist, that everyone else had simply lacked the right tools or the right methodology. They were geologists looking for a sound, or acousticians looking for a source. I was a communications engineer. I wasn't just looking for a sound, I was looking for a signal. I was looking for a pattern, a structure, a message buried in the noise. And I was convinced that in the vast, quiet laboratory of the Carson National Forest, I would be the one to finally capture, isolate, and analyze it. For the first 6 months, my life settled into a comfortable duality. By day, I was Ranger Hassan. I maintained trails, educated hikers on the principles of leave no trace, monitored wildlife cameras, and responded to the occasional call about a camper who'd mistaken a porcupine for a small bear. I loved the work. The physical exertion, the crisp mountain air, the primal satisfaction of looking out over a valley I was tasked to protect. It was everything I had hoped for. But as the sun dipped below the mesas, painting the sky in fiery strokes of orange and purple, my personal project would begin. My cabin became a makeshift laboratory. I had spent a significant portion of my savings on a suite of custom-built audio equipment. This wasn't off-the-shelf gear. I had a set of ultra-sensitive, full-spectrum condenser microphones capable of picking up frequencies far below the range of human hearing. The infrasound spectrum. I had a parabolic dish collector that could be aimed like a sonic telescope and a portable spectrum analyzer that could give me a real-time visual representation of any captured audio. My most prized possession was a multi-channel data logger, a ruggedized black box that could record terabytes of data from multiple inputs simultaneously, timestamping everything with atomic clock precision. My methodology was systematic. I identified several remote locations throughout my patrol area chosen for their acoustic isolation. One was a high, windswept ridge overlooking the Rio Grande Gorge. Another was deep within a silent aspen grove. A third was near the mouth of a box canyon known for its strange echoes. Each week, I would hike out to these sites, secure my equipment, and leave it to listen with its tireless electronic ears. I'd camouflage the gear meticulously, protecting it from both the elements and the curiosity of any passing hikers. Then, a few days later, I'd return, swap out the memory cards and batteries, and bring the raw data back to my cabin for analysis. The nights were a ritual of coffee and concentration. I'd load the audio files onto my powerful laptop, the spectrograms blooming to life on my screen. Vivid, colorful landscapes of sound. Most of it was exactly what you'd expect: the low frequency rumble of distant thunderstorms, the signature of commercial airliners flying at 30,000 feet, the telltale vibrations of truck traffic on the highway miles away. I developed digital filters to strip away this known noise, peeling back the layers of the sonic onion. I was searching for an anomaly, a persistent line on the graph that had no business being there. And then, one night in early autumn, I found it. It was from the equipment stationed in the box canyon. After stripping out all the environmental noise, a faint but distinct signature remained. It was a series of vibrations hovering between 40 and 80 hertz, right in the primary range reported by the hum's hearers. But it wasn't a constant drone. It was intermittent, appearing for a few minutes and then vanishing, only to reappear hours later. There was no discernible pattern, no regular interval. It didn't correlate with any seismic activity from the USGS database or any known man-made sources. It was a ghost in the machine. A thrill, pure and electric, shot through me. This was it. This was the hum. It wasn't a figment of people's imaginations. It was real. It was a physical phenomenon that could be measured. I spent the next several weeks consumed by it, cross-referencing my data, refining my filters, trying to triangulate a potential source. I felt the exhilarating buzz of imminent discovery. I was on the verge of a breakthrough, of solving a mystery that had baffled people for decades. I saw the papers I would write, the conferences I would speak at. Aisha Hassan, the park ranger who decoded the Taos hum. The hubris of it, in retrospect, is staggering. I saw the hum as a thing to be captured, pinned down, and dissected, like a butterfly on a board. It never once occurred to me that I was the one being lured into a web. The change began not in my equipment, but in my own body. It was subtle at first, easily dismissed. I started getting headaches on my patrols, a dull, throbbing pressure behind my eyes that aspirin couldn't touch. I blamed the altitude, the dehydration, the stress of my dual life. Then came a more peculiar sensation of faint, buzzing feeling in my teeth, in the very bones of my jaw. It was the kind of sympathetic vibration you feel when you stand too close to a massive electrical transformer. I'd stop on the trail, standing perfectly still, trying to identify the source, but the world around me would be utterly silent save for the wind. The feeling would fade, and I'd shake my head and continue on, unnerved but determined to ignore it. I was a scientist, after all. I dealt in hard data, and these subjective physical sensations were just noise, contamination of the experiment. My own body was becoming an unreliable narrator, and I resented it for that. The night it crossed the barrier from the tangible world into the private theater of my mind is seared into my memory with the clarity of a lightning strike. I was in my cabin, hunched over my laptop as usual. The air was cold, and the only sounds were the hiss of the propane heater and the frantic clicking of my own keyboard. On the screen, the spectrogram displayed the now familiar signature from the Box Canyon, that intermittent low-frequency ghost. I had a new set of expensive, noise-isolating headphones on, the cups pressing firmly against my skull, creating a pocket of perfect silence so I could listen for the faintest audio artifact in the recording. I was straining, trying to perceive something, anything, in the playback, and then I took the headphones off. The silence rushed back in, but it wasn't empty. Underneath the heater's hiss, something else was there, a low, resonant thrumming. It was so faint that at first, I thought it was an after effect, a sonic illusion created by the pressure of the headphones. I held my breath, tilting my head, every nerve fiber straining. It was there. It wasn't in the air, and it wasn't coming from my speakers, which were off. It was impossibly inside my head, a deep, resonant hum, so low it was felt as much as heard, a vibration at the very threshold of my perception. It was the exact frequency range I had been hunting for weeks. A wave of pure, unadulterated ecstasy washed over me. I laughed out loud, a sharp, barking sound in the quiet cabin. I hadn't gone mad. The opposite had happened. My brain, through constant exposure to the filtered data, had performed a miracle of neuroplasticity. It had learned to perceive the frequency directly. It had trained itself. I felt like a pioneer, not just of acoustics, but of human perception. I had become my own instrument, the most sensitive one of all. I paced the small room, my fists clenched in triumph. The subtle headaches, the buzzing in my jaw, they weren't just symptoms of stress. They were the side effects of my own biology rewiring itself. It was the price of admission, and I had gladly paid it. That night, I fell asleep with a triumphant smile on my face, the hum a gentle, lulling presence in my skull, a secret lullaby that only I could hear. This euphoria, this profound sense of scientific accomplishment, lasted for perhaps a week. I documented everything meticulously in a new journal, this one dedicated to the subjective experience. I described the quality of the hum, its perceived loudness, and how it seemed to fluctuate with my own state of alertness. I felt a strange sense of companionship with it. It was my discovery, my constant companion in the vast silence of the forest. The physical symptoms even seemed to lessen, or perhaps I simply stopped noticing them, reinterpreting them as part of the process. The hum was a constant, a fundamental new constant in the equation of my life. Then the nature of that constant began to change. The shift was gradual, insidious. It was no longer a simple, steady state drone like the idle of a distant engine. I began to notice variations, subtle pulses, rises and falls in amplitude, a cadence. One evening, as I was charting the fluctuations, a cold dread began to seep into the edges of my scientific curiosity. My mind, trained to find order in chaos, started to recognize what it was seeing, or rather, hearing. This wasn't random environmental noise. This was structured. It had the characteristics of a complex waveform, something modulated. It wasn't music, and it certainly wasn't speech, but it possessed a definite, undeniable architecture. There were repeating phrases, rhythmic sequences, and long pauses followed by bursts of intricate, low-frequency patterns. It was a signal. The realization hit me with the force of a physical blow. All my training, all my expertise in signal processing screamed the truth at me. A simple, natural phenomenon doesn't behave this way. A geological resonance or an industrial byproduct doesn't structure itself into repeating, information-rich packets. Information is the product of intelligence. That's when the real horror began. The elation of discovery curdled into a thick, choking fear. My personal scientific breakthrough felt like a violation. The hum was no longer my secret companion. It was an intruder. It was in my head, and I couldn't turn it off. Sleep became a battlefield. The hum was louder in the quiet of the night, and my dreams were infected by it. I dreamt of vast, geometric shapes tumbling slowly in a black void, of complex equations scrolling behind my eyelids, all of it underscored by that relentless, vibrating drone. I'd wake up exhausted, the hum still there, a permanent resident in my consciousness. Then it began to carry suggestions. They didn't arrive as words, not at first. They were more like pure, unfiltered impulses that bloomed in my mind with the unassailable logic of my own thoughts. I'd be driving my patrol truck down a familiar road, and a sudden, powerful urge would seize me turn left here. I would find my hands already turning the wheel, guiding the truck onto an old, forgotten logging road I hadn't intended to explore. I'd follow it for a mile, the hum seeming to grow stronger, clearer, before the impulse would simply fade, leaving me in the middle of nowhere, confused and unnerved. I'd tell myself I was just being intuitive, exploring my patrol area more thoroughly. The suggestions grew more specific, more insistent, and began to align with my professional duties in unsettling ways. I'd be hiking near a restricted research area, and the thought would pop into my head, sharp and clear as a command: the lock on that gate is weak. With it would come a compulsive urge to walk over, to rattle the chain, to test the padlock. I knew the area was off limits, home to sensitive ecological studies, but the impulse was a physical itch that I had to scratch. I'd find myself examining the hinges, noting the make of the lock, my actions feeling both alien and entirely my own. The line between my will and the hum's influence began to blur, and the ambiguity was the most terrifying part. Was it truly an external force, or was the stress and isolation finally fracturing my mind? Was I inventing the patterns, projecting my own desire for discovery onto a random phenomenon? My scientific mind fought a desperate rearguard action, trying to find a rational explanation, but the evidence was mounting. The impulses were too specific, too goal-oriented. One afternoon, I was performing a routine check on a communications repeater tower on a high peak. As I unlocked the maintenance shed, the hum in my head surged, becoming a throbbing, almost painful pressure. And with it came the clearest suggestion yet, a thought so lucid it felt like a memory of a decision I had already made: disable the repeater. The primary signal is clearer without this interference. I froze, my hand on the switch. Interference? What interference? My repeater was part of the park's emergency communication network. Disabling it was not just against protocol, it was dangerous. It would cut off a vast swath of the forest from ranger communications. Yet, for a long, terrifying moment, my fingers wanted to obey. The logic presented by the impulse felt correct. The repeater was just noise, polluting a purer, more important signal. My signal. It took every ounce of my willpower to pull my hand back, slam the shed door, and lock it. I stumbled away from the tower, my heart hammering against my ribs. I was a receiver. That was the horrifying, inescapable conclusion. The Taos hum wasn't a phenomenon to be studied. It was a broadcast, a form of communication, or perhaps command, ancient or alien. I couldn't guess. That was seeping into the minds of susceptible people. And my own unique neural architecture, the very thing that made me a brilliant signal engineer, had made me the perfect antenna. It was trying to use me. A person with keys, with access codes, with detailed knowledge of the forest's infrastructure. It was using me as its tool. It wanted me to open things, to clear a path, to remove the interference of my own species, for what I had no idea. But for the first time, standing there on that windy peak, I understood that my mistake was one of profound, catastrophic hubris. I had approached the mystery with the detached curiosity of a scientist, never considering that the mystery might be intelligent, that it might, in turn, be studying me, and that it had found me useful. The walk back to my truck from the repeater tower was a descent into a new kind of hell. The crisp mountain air felt thick and suffocating, and the familiar, beautiful vistas of the Carson National Forest now seemed like the walls of a vast, open-air prison. The hum was no longer a background phenomenon. It was a living presence, a predator that had revealed its teeth. It pulsed in my skull with a triumphant, proprietary rhythm. The suggestions had stopped, replaced by something far worsey, a feeling of being watched, not by eyes, but from within. Every thought I had felt scrutinized, as if it were being measured for compliance. My scientific curiosity had been a fool's errand, a child poking a stick into a hornet's nest. I had been studying it, it had been calibrating me. By the time I reached my truck, my hands were shaking so badly I could barely fit the key in the ignition. I drove back towards my cabin, not with the steady calm of a ranger, but with the frantic urgency of prey. Every shadow that danced across the road seemed to writhe with intent. The wind whistling past my mirrors sounded like a distorted whisper. I was trapped in a state of vigilant paranoia, unable to trust the world outside or the landscape within my own mind. The entity, I could only think of it as an entity now, had used my own intellect, my own specialized skills, as the key to unlock my consciousness. It had found the perfect tool, a signal processor who was isolated, obsessive, and arrogant enough to believe she could unravel any mystery without consequence. I burst into my cabin and slammed the door, leaning against it as if I could physically bar the signal. My gaze fell upon my laboratory corner. The gleaming rack of equipment, the parabolic dish leaning against the wall, the tidy coils of cable, it all looked profoundly obscene. This was the altar where I had unwittingly worshipped my own destroyer. My sensitive microphones, my powerful amplifiers, my data logger, they weren't tools of discovery. They were tuning forks. They had been instrumental in attuning my brain to the signal, refining my ability to perceive it, until the hardware was no longer necessary. I was the final component in the circuit. A surge of revulsion and rage, primal and cleansing, overwhelmed my fear. This thing had invaded the most private sanctuary I possessed, my own mind, and I was going to evict it. I was going to sever the connection. I lunged at the workbench, my movements jerky and violent. I grabbed the first thing I could reach, a heavy wrench I used for the truck's battery terminals. With a guttural scream that tore from my throat, I brought it down on the multi-channel data logger, the heart of my operation. The plastic casing shattered, circuit boards cracking with a sound that was immensely satisfying. The hum in my head flared, a spike of pure, static agony, like a sonic shriek. It was rage, its rage, and its anger was the final, absolute confirmation I needed. My scientific journals were next. The one filled with my meticulous data, and the other, my personal log of the hum's evolution. I didn't just rip them up, I fed them to the flames in my wood-burning stove, watching with grim satisfaction as my arrogant hypotheses and ecstatic discoveries turned to black, curling ash. The spectrogram printouts, the complex charts, all of it went into the fire. It was a ritual of destruction, a desperate, scorched earth retreat from a battle I couldn't win. I unplugged my laptop, took it outside to the woodpile, and systematically smashed the screen and chassis with the back of an axe. The hard drive, containing terabytes of the hum signature, I pulverized with the wrench until it was a twisted wreck of metal and plastic. Then came the instruments themselves. I dragged the parabolic dish out into the dirt, stomping its delicate mesh into a useless, concave wreck. I took a hammer to the condenser microphones, shattering their sensitive cores. With every act of destruction, the signal in my head fought back. It didn't use impulses anymore. It threw raw emotions at me. Waves of profound sorrow that made me want to weep for the beautiful data I was destroying. Flashes of cold, logical reasoning that argued this was a catastrophic mistake, a regression to superstition. But underneath it all was a current of pure, malevolent fury that I could feel pressing against the inside of my skull. It knew what I was doing. I was deafening it by destroying the apparatus that had taught me to listen. When it was all over, I stood panting in the middle of my ruined lab, surrounded by the wreckage of my former passion. The cost had been immense, financially and emotionally, but it was worth it. The violent, shrieking quality of the hum had receded, though the low-level drone remained. I knew destroying the equipment wasn't a cure. The antenna wasn't the metal and silicon I had just smashed to pieces. It was the neural pathways in my own brain. I hadn't destroyed the broadcast or the receiver. I had only smashed the radio I'd used to find the station. To truly escape, I had to leave the broadcast area. The next morning, I drove into Taos and put in a formal request for a transfer. I sat in my supervisor's office, forcing a calm, professional demeanor that felt like a cheap costume. I couldn't tell him the truth. He'd have me committed for a psychiatric evaluation. So I lied. I concocted a story about a family emergency, an ailing parent in a city 1,000 miles away who needed my full-time care. I spoke of career burnout and the need for a change of scenery. My supervisor was understanding, sympathetic even. He saw a good ranger who was clearly under immense stress. He promised to see what he could do. The 2 weeks it took for the transfer to be approved were the longest of my life. I performed my duties like an automaton, avoiding the remote areas where I had placed my gear. The box canyon, the high ridge, they were now enemy territory. The hum was a constant, low-grade presence, a sullen, waiting thing. The direct, coercive impulses were gone, but I felt its passive influence everywhere. I felt a pull towards the messes, a lingering curiosity about the locked gates. It was quieter now, more patient. It had learned that brute force didn't work. It could wait. The day my transfer was approved, I felt a flicker of hope for the first time in weeks. I was being reassigned to a small, urban, adjacent national park on the East Coast. A place defined not by profound silence, but by the constant, chaotic noise of civilization. A place with highways, airports, and city lights. A place full of electromagnetic garbage and acoustic clutter. A place, I prayed, where the signal would be lost in the noise. I packed what was left of my life with feverish haste. I didn't look back as I drove out of Carson National Forest for the last time. For the first 100 miles, the hum remained, a faint but steady companion. But as I descended from the high desert of New Mexico into the plains of Texas, I felt a subtle shift. It was fading. With every mile I put between myself and Taos, the signal attenuated. By the time I crossed the Mississippi River, it was gone. The silence in my head was so complete, so profound, it was almost as jarring as the hum itself. I wept with relief. I live in the city now. I'm still a park ranger, but my domain is a managed patch of green wedged between suburbs and skyscrapers. It's a noisy life. There's always the sound of traffic, the drone of air conditioners, the distant wail of sirens. And for that, I am eternally grateful. The noise is my shield, my camouflage. But sometimes on the quietest nights, when the city holds its breath, I can still feel it. It's faint, a barely perceptible vibration deep in the bone behind my ear. It's a ghost on the very edge of my senses. It isn't a command, and it isn't a suggestion. It's just a reminder that it's still out there in the silent places, broadcasting and calling. My name is Javier Ortiz, though most people just call me Javi. For the better part of 2 decades, my office has been the vast, sun-scorched expanse of the Mojave National Preserve. I carry the title of Park Ranger, a designation that sounds straightforward enough on paper. It implies a certain mastery over the land, a familiarity with its every trail and hidden canyon. But after 15 years out here, I can tell you that no one ever truly masters the desert. You simply learn to respect its silences, its mirages, and the ancient, unspoken rules that govern its existence. The desert is a library of whispers, and if you don't learn to listen, it will swallow you whole. For 10 of those 15 years, I wasn't alone in my efforts to understand this place. My partner was a man named Thomas Begay. Thomas was Diné, or Navajo, as most people know it. He was born and raised on the reservation, a world away from the life I'd known in Fresno. He was a quiet man, but his silence was not one of emptiness. It was the silence of deep observation. Where I saw geology, Thomas saw story. Where I saw animal tracks, he read a narrative of survival and struggle. He was connected to the land in a primal, profound way that I, for all my training and experience, could only ever glimpse from the outside. He was the one who taught me that the desert isn't empty, it's just holding its breath. Our partnership was a study in contrasts. I was the book ranger, relying on maps, GPS, and standard operating procedures. Thomas operated on a different frequency, one tuned to the subtle shifts in the wind, the behavior of a distant hawk, or the feeling of the air on his skin. There were countless times he'd stop the truck for no reason I could discern, only for us to find a hiker suffering from heat stroke just around the next bend, or a patch of newly bloomed ghost flowers, a rare and beautiful sight. He never explained how he knew. He didn't have to. I learned to trust his instincts as much as I trusted my own compass. His intuition was a more reliable guide than any piece of technology I carried. This particular day began like any other. The late autumn sun was a relentless white orb in a cloudless sky, beating down on the sand and rock until the heat shimmered up in waves, distorting the horizon. We were on a long patrol, a multi-day trip to check on some of the more remote petroglyph sites deep within the preserve. These were sacred places, galleries of ancient art carved into the dark patina of canyon walls, telling stories of hunts, gods, and cosmic events from 1,000 years ago. They were miles from any paved road, accessible only by a network of rugged, unforgiving dirt tracks that could rattle the teeth out of your skull. By late afternoon, the oppressive heat began to relent. The sun dipped low, painting the western sky in fiery strokes of orange and purple. The shadows of the colossal rock formations, the jagged butts and mesas, began to stretch across the desert floor like the long, bony fingers of some skeletal giant. The world grew quiet, the kind of profound silence that presses in on your eardrums. We were in the truck, a sturdy but aging Ford F-150, its cab filled with the smell of dust, sweat, and cheap coffee. We hadn't seen another soul for hours. We were utterly, completely alone, or so I thought. We were making our way towards a place called Painted Canyon, a winding gorge known for its vibrant mineral, streaked walls. It was our last stop for the day before we made camp. I was driving, my hands resting lightly on the wheel, my mind starting to drift towards thoughts of a warm meal and my sleeping bag. Thomas was in the passenger seat, staring out the window, his face calm and unreadable as always. That's when it happened. The radio, which had been silent all day save for the occasional hiss of static, crackled to life with a deafening burst of noise. It made both of us jump. I reached for the volume knob, thinking it was just atmospheric interference. But then a voice cut through the static, and my blood ran cold. It was a voice I knew as well as my own. It was Thomas's voice. But it was wrong. It was thin, reedy, and shot through with a terror I had never heard from him in all our years together.
Javi.
Javi, can you read me?
I'm in trouble.
I'm down in Painted Canyon. My leg's broken. It's bad, man. I think the bone's sticking out.
Need help now? Please hurry.
For a frozen second, my brain refused to process the impossibility of it. My training kicked in, a lifetime of drilled responses overriding all other logic. My first instinct was pure, unadulterated Ranger protocol partner in distress. I saw a mental checklist flash before my eyes locate his position, stabilize the injury, arrange for medevac. My hand shot out, grabbing the microphone from its cradle on the dash. My thumb pressed down on the transmit button. Thomas, this is Javi, I copy. I began to say, my own voice tight with adrenaline. Hang tight, I'm on my way. What are your exact co? I never finished the sentence. A hand, strong as a vice, clamped down on my wrist. I looked over, startled, and my words died in my throat. Thomas was sitting right there next to me, in the passenger seat. He hadn't said a single word. His body was rigid, his knuckles white where he gripped the dashboard. But it was his face that stopped my heart. It was a mask of absolute, primal terror, an expression so nakedly fearful it felt like I was looking at a stranger. His eyes, normally so calm and observant, were wide and fixed on the radio speaker as if it were a coiled rattlesnake. The voice from the radio was still pleading, a perfect, desperate mimicry of his own. He slapped my hand away from the microphone, the force of it stinging my skin. His gaze met mine, and the message in them was clear and terrifying. Drive, he whispered, the single word cutting through the panicked voice still babbling from the radio. His voice was barely audible, tight and strained, as if it was a physical effort to speak. Do not answer it. Do not say another word. Just drive. Now, I stared at him, my mind reeling. The voice on the radio was begging, its cries becoming more frantic, more pathetic. It was a perfect echo of my partner, and every fiber of my being, every ounce of my training, screamed at me to respond, to help. But the real Thomas was sitting beside me, his face pale beneath his tanned skin, his entire body trembling with a fear so profound it was contagious. I didn't argue. I didn't ask questions. In that moment, the authority of his terror was absolute. I had been in enough life or death situations with him to know that when Thomas Bigay was this scared, you didn't think, you acted. His ancient, instinctual alarm system was screaming, and it was an alarm I had learned to trust more than my own life. I slammed the truck into gear. The tires spun in the loose sand for a moment before catching, and we lurched forward, peeling out of that desolate spot and kicking up a massive plume of dust that blotted out the setting sun. The panicked voice on the radio was cut off mid-plea as I accelerated, my heart hammering against my ribs like a trapped bird. The only sound was the roar of the engine and the frantic crunch of tires on the dirt track as we fled into the deepening shadows of the Mojave. The roar of the Ford's engine was the only sound in the world. My knuckles were white on the steering wheel, my eyes wide as I tried to navigate the treacherous dirt track at a speed it was never designed for. The truck fishtailed, and for a terrifying moment, I thought we were going to spin out into the dense thicket of cholla cactus that lined the road. I corrected, overcorrected, and then finally found a rhythm. My foot pressed hard against the floorboard. The cloud of dust we kicked up in our wake was so thick it was like a curtain dropping behind us, separating us from whatever horror we were fleeing. My mind was a chaotic storm of questions. I kept glancing at Thomas. The stark terror on his face hadn't subsided. If anything, it had deepened into a kind of grim, haunted resignation. His eyes were constantly scanning the landscape around us, flitting from ridge to ridge as if expecting something to appear. Who had been on the radio? It had to be a prank. Some kids with a powerful transmitter, maybe, or a crossed frequency from another Park Service unit. A bizarre coincidence of a ranger, also named Thomas, in a place also called Painted Canyon. Every rational explanation I could grasp felt flimsy, pathetic in the face of my partner's visceral fear. What the hell was that Thomas? I finally managed to ask, my voice hoarse, shouting over the engine's protest. Who was that? He didn't look at me. His gaze remained fixed on the darkening desert outside. For a long moment, I thought he wasn't going to answer. When he finally spoke, his voice was low and gravelly, laced with an ancient dread. The words he used were not English. Ye nailed Lushi, he said. The Navajo words sounded heavy, like stones dropping into a deep well. They felt like a curse, a name for something that should not be named. "Eh, what?" I asked, frustration and fear warring in my gut.
Speak English, man!
What is going on? He finally turned to look at me, and in the dim light of the dashboard, I could see the sheen of a cold sweat on his brow. A skinwalker. He translated, the English word carrying none of the weight of the original, yet it was enough to send a fresh wave of ice through my veins. I had heard the term before, of course, mostly in jokes told by tourists or in pulpy horror novels. It was a boogeyman, a piece of folklore. It wasn't something a man like Thomas Bigay, a man grounded in the tangible realities of the desert, would speak of with such genuine horror. A skinwalker. Thomas, that's a myth, I stammered, wanting to believe my own words. It was a prank. It had to be. It was no myth, Javi, he said, his voice flat and certain. And it was no prank. It was a lure. He began to tell me the stories then, not the watered, down versions you find online, but the real stories, the ones whispered in the hogans of his youth, the warnings passed down through generations. He told me that a Yi-Nal Lushi is not a spirit or a demon, but a human, a medicine person who, greedy for power and long life, chooses a dark and twisted path. To gain the power to become one, they must commit the ultimate taboo, the most terrible act imaginable, the murder of a close family member, a sibling, or even their own child. This act of profound evil shatters their soul and grants them the ability to take the form of any animal they desire. They are masters of mimicry, he explained. They can perfectly replicate the voice of a loved one, a child crying, a person in distress. They use this ability to draw their victims out, to lure them away from the safety of the fire or the car into the darkness where they can be taken. They are drawn to fear and pain, feeding on it like a vulture feeds on carrion, and they are almost impossible to kill. To even speak of them, he said, looking at me with dead, serious eyes, is to invite their attention, to let them know you see them. That's why he never spoke of it before. My logical 21st century mind bucked against the information. It was insane. Witches who can turn into animals. It was something out of a fairy tale. But the man sitting next to me was the sanest person I knew. His terror was real. The voice on the radio had been real, as if on cue. Thomas's head snapped to the left. There, he breathed, his voice barely a whisper. He pointed to a high, rocky ridge that ran parallel to our track, about 100 yards away. Silhouetted against the last, bloody remnants of the dying sun stood a lone coyote. It was just watching us. But as I stared, a cold knot of dread tightened in my stomach. There was something profoundly wrong with it. It was too big, for one thing. Its frame was lankier and larger than any coyote I had ever seen, its limbs seeming just a little too long, a little too spindly. Its posture was unnatural. It wasn't standing like an animal. It was standing like it was waiting. As we watched, horrified and transfixed, the creature did something that shattered every law of nature I held dear. It rose. It didn't scramble or hop. It simply stood up on its hind legs, its spine straightening with a fluid, horrifyingly human-like motion. It now stood as tall as a man, its long snout pointed towards us, its front paws hanging at its sides. It didn't look like an animal trying to get a better view. It looked, for all the world, like a man shrugging off a disguise he had grown tired of wearing. I didn't need any more convincing. I floored the accelerator. The engine screamed as the speedometer needle climbed past 50 on the bumpy track. I risked a glance in the rearview mirror, my heart seizing in my chest. The thing on the ridge had dropped back to all fours and was now running, bounding down the rocky slope with an impossible agility. It hit the desert floor and began to chase us. It moved with an unnatural, loping gait, its long legs eating up the ground at a speed that no canine should be able to achieve. I pushed the truck to 60, the suspension groaning in protest, the whole vehicle shaking violently. I glanced in the side mirror. It was still there, effortlessly keeping pace, a dark shape moving through the twilight. It wasn't even panting. My hands were slick with sweat. I flicked on my high beams, cutting a swath of brilliant white light through the encroaching darkness. For a split second, the light caught the creature's eyes. They weren't the green or yellow reflective glow of an animal. They glowed with a brilliant, hellish red. It was not the reflected light of a predator's eyes. It was a light that seemed to burn from within, a look of pure, malevolent intelligence and ancient hatred. It was the most terrifying thing I have ever seen. The chase seemed to last an eternity. We were a bubble of noise and light fleeing through an ancient, silent darkness, pursued by a nightmare-made flesh. Finally, I saw the glint of asphalt ahead. The paved highway, salvation. I pushed the truck to its absolute limit, the tires screaming as we hit the smooth surface of the road. I cranked the wheel and swerved onto the highway, putting as much distance as possible between us and the dirt track. I glanced in the mirror one last time. The creature had stopped at the edge of the pavement, a dark, indistinct shape in the gloom. It stood there for a moment, watching us go, and then it simply turned and melted back into the shadows of the desert. We drove the entire 50 miles back to the station in absolute, suffocating silence. The sterile fluorescent lights of the ranger station felt like a sanctuary, a different world from the one we had just left behind. We didn't speak about it. We couldn't. What was there to say? We mechanically went through the motions of ending our shift, the shared, unspoken horror hanging between us like a thick fog. The next morning, Thomas put in for a transfer. He requested a post in a forest reserve in northern Arizona, as far from the open desert as he could get. Our supervisor was confused, but Thomas was adamant. When I asked him why, his answer was simple and heartbreaking. "The desert has soared for me, Javi," he said, his eyes distant. I can't hear its voice anymore. All I can hear is that thing on the radio. He was gone by the end of the week. And I was left alone in the vast, quiet expanse of the Mojave with a new and terrible understanding of what that quiet was holding back. Thomas's departure left a void far greater than just an empty seat in the truck. The silence he left behind was heavier, more profound than the desert's own. In the weeks that followed, I tried to bury myself in the familiar routines of my job. I drove the same tracks, inspected the same sites, and filed the same reports. But everything was different. The land I had once seen as a challenging, but ultimately knowable landscape had transformed into something alien and menacing. Every shadow seemed to stretch a little too far. Every gust of wind seemed to carry a whisper I couldn't quite decipher. I was a stranger in a home I'd lived in for over a decade. My sleep was plagued by nightmares. I would see those glowing red eyes, hear that perfect, pleading mimicry of Thomas's voice crackling over a dead radio. I'd wake up in a cold sweat, my heart pounding, the silence of my small ranger cabin feeling more threatening than any sound. I tried to rationalize it, to build a fortress of logic around the memory. The creature on the ridge, a deer with mange, seen in poor light, its form distorted by fear in the heat haze. The voice on the radio, a sophisticated prank, an elaborate hoax that just happened to coincide with a weird animal sighting. I would repeat these explanations to myself like a mantra, but the words were hollow. They could not stand against the chilling certainty I had seen in Thomas's eyes. My relationship with my work tools changed completely. The GPS unit, once a comforting connection to certainty and order, now felt like a child's toy. Its precise grid of longitude and latitude seemed laughably inadequate to map the true nature of the terrain I was patrolling. The radio, my lifeline to the outside world, became an object of suspicion. I found myself flinching every time it hissed with static. I would conduct my radio checks with a knot in my stomach, half expecting to hear that desperate imitation voice break through. My mistake that day had been my blind faith in technology. My first instinct when I heard that call was to trust it, to see it as a piece of verifiable information. I saw a problem to be solved with maps and a first aid kit. Thomas knew better. He wasn't listening to the radio, he was listening to the world around it. He knew it wasn't a technical glitch or a cry for help. It was a predator casting its line, using our own tools as bait. I became obsessed with the old ways, the stories I had once dismissed as folklore. I started reading about Dine culture, about their beliefs regarding the natural and the unnatural world. I learned that for them, the world is a place of powerful forces that must be kept in balance through ritual, respect, and the careful observance of taboos. Speaking a skinwalker's name, making eye contact, acknowledging its presence. These were not just superstitions, they were violations of protocol, like walking into a bear's den covered in honey. Thomas hadn't just been scared, he had been offended on a deep, spiritual level. We had stumbled into a place where the rules of my world didn't apply, and his were the only law that mattered. About 6 months after Thomas left, I knew I had to go back. The memory of Painted Canyon had become a festering wound, and I knew if I didn't confront it, it would poison the rest of my life. I picked a clear, bright morning, hoping the full light of day would act as a disinfectant for the fear. As I drove the familiar dirt track, my body tensed, my senses on high alert. The place looked exactly the same, yet it felt fundamentally different. It was the same way a house looks the same after a murder has taken place within its walls. The structure is unchanged, but the atmosphere is forever stained. I parked the truck in the exact spot where we had been when the call came through. I got out, the silence pressing in on me. I didn't take my radio. I left it in the truck, turned off. I walked over to the base of the ridge where we had seen the coyote. I scanned the ground, not sure what I was looking for. Animal tracks, human footprints. I found neither. The ground was sun-baked and hard, swept clean by the desert wind. It was as if nothing had ever been there. But then I saw it. Tucked into a crevice between two large boulders was a small, desiccated bundle tied with what looked like sinew. It was a bird, a scrub jay, its wings bent at unnatural angles, its feathers matted with a dark, dried substance. Around its neck was a tiny, crudely carved bone bead. It was clearly not something that had occurred naturally. It was an offering, or a marker, or something far worse. It was a signpost, a deliberate message left by something that knew its territory had been trespassed upon. Seeing it, I felt no fear, only a cold, quiet confirmation. What had happened that day was real. I took one last look, turned my back on it, and walked away. I have never been back to Painted Canyon. I still work as a ranger in the Mojave. I never transferred. In a way, I feel like I owe it to Thomas to stay, to bear witness. But I am not the same man. I patrol with a different kind of awareness now. I trust the silence more than the noise. I watch the behavior of the animals. I pay attention to the feeling of the air. I have learned to listen with more than just my ears. Sometimes, new rangers, fresh out of training and full of scientific certainty, will ask me if I've ever seen anything weird out here. They ask with a smirk, expecting a funny story about a drunk tourist or a strange rock formation. I never tell them about Thomas, or the voice on the radio, or the thing with the burning red eyes. I can't. It is not a story to be told, it is a weight to be carried. I just look at them and say, this land is older than you can imagine. Just be sure to respect it. And if you ever hear something that sounds too good to be true, or too bad to be real, turn off your radio and drive. Just drive, because I know now that the desert isn't empty. It's just quiet, and it's waiting. My name is Leo Rossi. For 32 years, I wore the flat hat of a National Park Service ranger, the last 20 of which I served as a law enforcement ranger in the vast, wild expanse of Olympic National Park. The title sounds straightforward, but the reality is a tapestry woven with threads of the bizarre, the tragic, and the profoundly unsettling. In my time, I've tracked poachers who could disappear into the temperate rainforest like smoke, stumbled upon clandestine meth labs, tucked away in remote valleys that reeked of chemicals and desperation, and led search parties for hikers who had been swallowed whole by the unforgiving backcountry. I've spoken to families who would never get answers and stared into the faces of men who held malice in their hearts. You develop a certain kind of armor in a job like that, a thick, callous shield against the shock and fear that would paralyze most people. I thought my shield was impenetrable. I thought I had seen the absolute limit of what this world and the people in it could offer. I was wrong. There is one case, one memory, that has managed to find the chinks in that armor. It doesn't just sit on my soul, it has taken root there. A cold, heavy stone that I can feel with every beat of my heart. It's a story that defies the logic and evidence-based world I lived in for 3 decades. It's the story of what the locals call the Lady of the Lake. To understand it, you have to understand the place. Olympic National Park is not like Yellowstone or the Grand Canyon. It isn't a place of grand, sun-drenched vistas. It's ancient, primal. The forests are dense and draped in moss, creating a silence so profound it feels like a physical weight. The air is perpetually damp, carrying the scent of rich earth, decaying leaves, and the nearby salt of the Pacific. And at its heart lies Lake Crescent. From a distance on a rare sunny day, the lake is a breathtaking sapphire jewel cradled by emerald hills. Its waters are famously clear and astonishingly deep, over 600 feet in places. But its most defining characteristic is its cold. The water temperature barely rises above 50 degrees, even in the height of summer. This frigid, low nitrogen environment has a unique effect that inhibits the growth of bacteria that cause decomposition. Bodies that go into Lake Crescent don't bloat and float. They saponify, turning into a waxy, preserved substance, sometimes remaining lost in the black depths for decades. It's a place that keeps its secrets. One of those secrets was a young woman named Hallie Crane. Back in the summer of 1978, Hallie, a bright-eyed waitress from Port Angeles with a fondness for poetry and the wildflowers that grew along the trails, disappeared. She had finished her shift, told her roommate she was going for a walk along the Spruce Railroad Trail to clear her head, and was never seen alive again. The search was extensive. We combed the woods. Divers explored the shallows near the trail, but there was nothing. She had simply vanished. 2 years later, a pair of scuba divers exploring the depths near a notorious cliff diving spot called the Devil's Punch Bowl found her. She was almost perfectly preserved, her 1970s style dress swaying gently in the underwater currents, her face a pale, soap-like mask. The autopsy confirmed she had been murdered, struck on the head, and then pushed into the lake. The investigation was intense but ultimately fruitless. We interviewed dozens of people. Boyfriends, friends, coworkers. A few suspects emerged, including a local businessman who had a reputation for being a little too friendly with the young women who worked in town. He was a charismatic, successful man who was in the early stages of building a high-end restaurant on the opposite shore of the lake. He had a solid alibi. He was hosting a private dinner party the night Hallie disappeared, with a dozen influential guests who all swore he never left the premises. With no other leads, the case went cold. The paperwork was filed away, and Hallie Crane became another tragedy, a ghost in the archives. But she didn't stay in the archives. Out in the real world, along the misty shores of Lake Crescent, she became something else, a legend. The Spruce Railroad Trail, an easy, beautiful walk that hugs the northern edge of the lake, became her haunting ground. It started subtly. A hiker would report a strange feeling, the prickling sensation of being watched from the dense woods. Another would mention a sudden, inexplicable cold spot on a warm day. Then came the whispers, a faint voice that seemed to be carried on the wind, too indistinct to be understood but distinctly human. Eventually, people started seeing her. It was always the same description, a fleeting, shimmering shape of a woman in a pale, old-fashioned dress standing near the water's edge. She was never aggressive. She would just appear for a moment, a figure of sorrow, before dissolving into the mist. The Lady of the Lake became a local institution, a spooky story to tell tourists around a campfire, a rite of passage for teenagers to brave the trail at night. For us rangers, it was an annoyance. Every year, we'd get a handful of calls, spooked campers over imaginative hikers. We had a standard procedure. We'd listen patiently, nod, and then explain it away with a practiced list of rationalizations. The wind whistling through the Douglas firs can sound like a voice. The play of moonlight on the mist and water can create optical illusions. The power of suggestion, fueled by the local legend, is a potent thing. We dismissed every single report. To us, she was folklore, not a police matter. I was the most cynical of all. I had seen real monsters, and they were made of flesh and blood. Ghosts were a fiction for people who hadn't. Life went on. The years passed. The restaurant across the lake, owned by that same businessman from the initial investigation, flourished. It became a landmark, a symbol of the region's prosperity, attracting wealthy tourists and locals alike for its fine dining and spectacular views of the very water where Hallie's body was found. The owner became a pillar of the community, donating to local charities, sitting on town boards. His name was cleared, his past forgotten by all but a few old-timers. The story of Hallie Crane faded further into myth, her murder an unsolved footnote, her ghost a harmless piece of local color. But she was still there, waiting. And one cold, rain-swept autumn evening, she finally decided she had waited long enough. The call came in just after 9 o'clock on a Tuesday night in late October. The autumn rains had returned with a vengeance, and a thick, chilling drizzle had been falling since dusk, turning the park into a world of slick asphalt and dripping branches. I was at the ranger station, finishing up paperwork and nursing a cup of lukewarm coffee, listening to the rhythmic drumming of water against the roof. The dispatcher's voice on the radio was tinny but urgent. A 911 call had been routed from the county sheriff. A man had been pulled from Lake Crescent by a passing motorist near the Devil's Punch Bowl. He was alive, but babbling, suffering from severe hypothermia. An ambulance was en route to take him to the small clinic in Port Angeles. My presence was requested to take his statement. My first thought was that it was a suicide attempt. It wouldn't be the first. The lake, with its dark beauty and tragic folklore, had a strange pull on desperate souls. I sighed, shrugged on my heavy duty rain gear, and headed out into the night. The drive along the winding lakeside highway was treacherous. The rain came in wind-driven sheets, and the world outside my windshield was a black, swirling void, punctuated only by the frantic slap of the wipers and the white gleam of reflective road markers. The lake itself was invisible, a vast, cold presence I could feel more than see. By the time I reached the clinic, the man had been stabilized. He was a tourist from Ohio, an accountant named David Miller, in his mid-40s. I found him propped up in a hospital bed, wrapped in a cocoon of heated blankets. His skin was still unnervingly pale, and a violent, uncontrollable shiver racked his body every few seconds. But it was his eyes that got to me. They were wide with a kind of primal terror I'd only ever seen in people who had survived a catastrophic accident or a violent crime. This wasn't just a man who was cold. This was a man who had looked into an abyss. I introduced myself, kept my voice calm and professional, and asked him to tell me what happened. He started to speak, his teeth chattering so hard it was difficult to understand him. He'd been staying at a little cabin resort, he said. He was a keen amateur photographer and had wanted to capture the lake at twilight. Despite the rain, he decided to walk a short section of the Spruce Railroad Trail, hoping for a break in the clouds. The woods were so quiet. He stammered, his gaze darting around the sterile room, as if he expected something to lunge from the shadows. Not a peaceful quiet, a heavy quiet, like everything was holding its breath. He described walking for about a mile, the drizzle soaking through his jacket, the only sound the crunch of his boots on the gravel path. Then he felt it. A sudden drop in temperature, so pronounced it was like stepping into a wok in freezer. The air grew still, and the sound of the rain seemed to fade away. That's when he saw her. She was just there. He whispered, pulling the blankets tighter around his chin. Standing by the side of the trail, near the drop off to the water. A woman. She was wearing this old dress, all torn and muddy at the hem. It looked like something out of an old movie. My pen paused over my notepad. The cynical, professional part of my brain was already kicking in, running through the checklist. Hypothermia, shock, exhaustion. They were all known to cause vivid hallucinations. This was textbook. What did she do? I asked, my tone betraying none of my skepticism. She looked at me, David said, and a fresh wave of shivers shook him. Her eyes. God, I can't describe them. They were so empty, so sad. Then she started talking to me. Her voice was like dry leaves rustling. She said the water was waiting. She said I had to come with her. He insisted the woman had reached for him. He tried to back away, but his feet felt glued to the ground. He described an unholy strength in her grip as she grabbed his arm. Her hand, he said, was as cold as ice. He fought, he screamed, but it was like struggling against a statue. She was immensely strong, and she began to drag him off the path, down the steep, slippery bank towards the inky black water. I could feel the cold coming off the lake. He cried, tears now streaming down his face, mixing with the sweat on his brow. She pulled me right in. The shock of the water, it was like being stabbed with 1,000 knives. It knocked the air from my lungs. She was holding me under. I was drowning. I swear to God, she was drowning me. His story tumbled out, a frantic torrent of impossible details. He said he managed to break her grip for a second, thrashing wildly, and surfaced, gasping for air. He saw her standing on the shore, watching him, her pale dress glowing with a faint, otherworldly light against the dark woods. He scrambled away, swimming desperately, his limbs turning to lead in the frigid water. He didn't know how he made it back to the highway. He just remembered clawing his way up the embankment and collapsing in front of a pair of headlights. He described Hallie Crane's ghost perfectly. The tattered dress, the sorrowful eyes, the location. It matched the legend down to the last detail. I spent another 20 minutes with him, asking questions, getting the facts straight for my report. I was patient, I was polite, but inwardly I had already closed the case. David Miller, a tourist from Ohio, unaccustomed to the ruggedness of the park, had gone for a walk in miserable weather. He'd slipped on the wet bank, fallen into the dangerously cold lake, and the shock had triggered a powerful hallucination. His panicked mind dredging up the details of a ghost story he'd probably heard from the clerk at his cabin. It was a tragic accident, but an explainable one. I wrote up my official report back at the station. I detailed the timeline, the physical evidence of his fall, the scuff marks on the trail's edge, the mud on his clothes. I documented his statement, carefully framing the encounter with the woman as a perceived event, or hallucination likely brought on by the sudden onset of severe hypothermia and exhaustion. It was clean, logical, and fit neatly within the boundaries of my world. It was a report that would raise no eyebrows. Case closed, and yet it bothered me. It sat in the back of my mind like a burr under a saddle. It was the sheer, abject terror in David Miller's eyes. I had seen people hallucinate before. I had spoken to individuals in the throes of drug-induced psychosis or mental breaks. Their fear was chaotic, untethered. Miller's fear was different. It was lucid. It was the focused, specific terror of a man describing a real event. It was the terror of a victim, not a patient. I told myself it was nothing. I told myself I was letting the spooky atmosphere of the park get to me after a long shift. I went home, tried to sleep, but his words, his face, kept replaying in my mind. The case was closed, but for the first time in a long time, I had the nagging, unwelcome feeling that my report, for all its official logic, was a lie. 2 days passed. The rain subsided, replaced by a cold, clear stillness that often settles over the peninsula in late autumn. I cleared other cases, dealt with routine park violations, and did my best to push the incident with David Miller out of my head. I told myself I had done my job. The report was filed, the man was safe, and the explanation was sound. But the image of his terrified eyes was seared into my memory, and his words echoed in the quiet moments. She was holding me under. She was drowning me. My professional mind, the one honed by decades of procedure and skepticism, insisted it was a hallucination. But a deeper, more primal part of me, the part that understood the ancient, heavy silence of the Olympic forests, wasn't so sure. The nagging feeling that I had gotten it profoundly wrong grew from a quiet burr into a persistent, throbbing ache. On the third night, I couldn't take it anymore. Sleep wouldn't come. I found myself staring at the ceiling, picturing that dark stretch of trail, that impossibly cold water. Around midnight, I got out of bed, dressed not in my uniform, but in civilian clothes, and grabbed the keys to my personal truck. I didn't have a plan. I just knew I had to go back. I had to stand where David Miller stood and see it for myself. The drive out to Lake Crescent was unnervingly different from the night of the storm. The sky was clear and brilliant with a billion stars, but there was no moon. The lake was a perfect, polished sheet of black obsidian, reflecting the starfield so perfectly that it felt like I was driving along the edge of space. I parked my truck in the same small pull-out near the Devil's Punch Bowl, the engine ticking softly in the immense silence as it cooled. Getting out of the truck, the cold was immediate and absolute. It was a deep, penetrating cold that felt older than the trees. I zipped up my jacket, my breath pluming in the frigid air. I didn't take a flashlight. The starlight provided a faint, silvery illumination, just enough to make out the pale ribbon of the gravel trail as it disappeared into the towering darkness of the forest. I started walking. My footsteps sounded obscenely loud in the stillness. Every snapped twig, every rustle of a leaf sent a jolt through my nervous system. The air was heavy, weighted with the damp scent of moss and decay. I tried to be the ranger, the professional. I scanned the trees, looking for the glowing eyes of a cougar or a Roosevelt elk. I listened for the sounds of the forest, trying to ground myself in the tangible, the real. But there was nothing. No animal calls, no wind, no sound at all except for my own breathing and the crunch of my boots. It was the same heavy, breathless quiet that David Miller had described. I reached the spot where he must have fallen, a sharp curve in the trail where the bank drops steeply towards the water. And that's when I felt it. The temperature plummeted. It was so sudden and so localized that it defied any meteorological explanation. It was like walking through an invisible curtain into a cellar. The cold seeped through my clothes, raising goosebumps all over my body. My training, my experience, everything screamed at me to turn back, to rationalize this, to get in my truck and drive away. But I was compelled to stay. I had to know. I stood there, my heart hammering against my ribs, and I let myself feel it, the unmistakable, hair-raising sensation of being watched. It was a palpable pressure, a focused attention that made the skin on the back of my neck crawl. I slowly turned my head, scanning the dark shoreline. And for a single, frozen heartbeat, I saw her. She was exactly as the legends and as David Miller had described. An ethereal, shimmering shape of a woman stood at the water's edge, no more than 20 feet away. She wasn't solid, she was woven from mist and faint starlight, her form wavering as if seen through a heat haze. The tattered, old-fashioned dress swayed gently, though there was no breeze. Her face was a pale, sorrowful blur. She wasn't looking at me. She seemed utterly unaware of my presence. Her attention was fixed on something far away. Then she raised her arm. It was a slow, deliberate movement that seemed to take an immense effort. Her arm outstretched. Her finger pointed directly across the vast, black expanse of the lake. Her posture was not one of menace, but of indictment. It was the gesture of a witness. My gaze followed the line of her pointing finger. Across the water, maybe a mile distant, the lights of the restaurant glittered like a fallen constellation. It was a picture of warmth and cheer, a beacon of comfortable civilization against the primal darkness of the park. The restaurant owned by the man who was once a suspect in Hallie Crane's murder. The man who had been a pillar of the community for as long as I could remember. The man with the rock-solid alibi. In that single horrifying instant, everything became clear. The cold dread that washed over me was far more profound than any fear of the supernatural. It was the chilling certainty of human evil. The ghost wasn't trying to drown that tourist. She was desperate. She was screaming for attention in the only way she could. She had grabbed him, pulled him toward the water, not to kill him, but to make him look. To force anyone to see what she was pointing at. She wasn't a malevolent spirit. She was a victim, trapped in an endless loop of testimony. The only witness. Still there after all these years, pointing at her killer. My mistake, the one that sits on my soul like a cold stone, was treating her like a piece of folklore. It was writing off a victim's testimony, because the victim happened to be dead. I had stood on that trail with the unvarnished truth laid bare before me, a truth that defied every rule in my evidence, gathering playbook. And I was powerless. What was I supposed to do? Walk into the prosecutor's office the next morning and say, I'd like to reopen the Hallie Crane murder case from 1978. My key witness is a ghost, and she's pointing at one of the most respected men in town. I would have been laughed out of the room. I would have been forced into early retirement with a psych evaluation on my record. So I did nothing. I stood there for what felt like an eternity, the silent accuser on the shore, and the glittering palace of her murderer across the water, with me, the useless lawman, trapped between them. Then I turned, walked back to my truck in a daze, and drove home. I kept the official report as it was. And I let a murderer continue to live his life, to serve dinner to laughing, oblivious tourists right across the water from the woman he killed. The woman who stands there every single night pointing, waiting for someone someday to finally believe her. My name is Samira Abdi, and for the last 12 years, I have been a park ranger with the National Park Service. My post is at Voyageurs, a sprawling, log mosaic of boreal forest and interconnected lakes pressed up against the Canadian border in northern Minnesota. It's a place of profound, almost severe beauty. In summer, the call of the loon echoes across glassy water, and the woods are a riot of green. But in winter, the park transforms. It becomes a different world entirely, a stark kingdom of white and gray, ruled by a silence so absolute it feels like a physical presence. The winters here are not a joke, they are a trial. They sift through the living patiently, relentlessly, and they do not suffer fools. When you work in a place like this for long enough, you develop a sixth sense for the rhythms of the season. You learn to read the subtle language of the snow, the tone of the wind, the way the light falls on a frozen landscape. You also learn the grim calculus of winter emergencies. When we get a call for a missing person in July, there's hope. We launch boats, we organize search grids, we tell ourselves we're in a race against time. But when that call comes in January, the race is usually already over. The mission changes. It's no longer a rescue, it's a recovery. We're not looking for a person anymore. We're looking for a body. So, when the report came in about a lone ice fisherman, a man named Gerald Peterson, overdue by 3 days, a familiar, cold dread settled over the station. 3 days is an eternity in a Minnesota January. The temperature hadn't risen above zero in a week, and the nights plunged into the kind of deep, dangerous cold that can freeze exposed skin in minutes. Peterson, we were told, was an experienced outdoorsman from out of state, but that often means very little. The wilderness doesn't care about your experience. It only cares about your respect for its power, and even then, it offers no guarantees. My partner, a senior ranger named Dave Chen, and I drew the assignment. Dave had been at Voyagers for 20 years. He was a quiet, methodical man whose face seemed to be permanently etched with the lines of long winters and hard sun. He'd seen it all, and his presence was usually a calming one. But as we loaded the snowmobiles onto the trailer, I saw a tightness around his eyes that mirrored the feeling in my own gut. We both knew the odds. We trailered the machines to the Crane Lake entry point and set off across the frozen surface of Kabetogama Lake. The world shrank to the twin beams of our headlights cutting a path through the pre-dawn gloom. The wind was a physical force, a wall of razor blades that found every gap in our gear. The roar of the engines was the only sound in the universe, a bubble of noise in an ocean of silence. For an hour, we saw nothing but the endless, undulating expanse of snow, covered ice, the dark, jagged line of the shore a distant promise. We found his truck and trailer exactly where his wife said it would be, parked at a remote access point known mostly to locals. His snowmobile, however, was gone. That was a good sign, or so we tried to tell ourselves. It meant he'd made it out onto the lake. We found his abandoned ice house next, a lonely canvas shanty a few miles from shore. A hole was drilled in the ice. His gear was neatly arranged, but his rod was gone. So was Peterson. "All right," Dave said, his voice crackling over the radio in my helmet. He must have packed up and headed in. Let's check the shoreline. We followed the single set of snowmobile tracks leading away from the fishing spot. They pointed toward a dense, uninviting stretch of forest on the northern shore. It wasn't a common route. There were no marked trails there, no cabins that we knew of. As we got closer, the tracks became more erratic, swerving as if the driver was disoriented or panicked. Then we saw it. His snowmobile was half, buried in a snowdrift at the edge of the woods, tilted at an awkward angle. It looked like it had been abandoned in a hurry. The key was still in the ignition. Now, the silence felt different. It was no longer peaceful, it was watchful. We dismounted, our boots crunching loudly in the pristine snow. I unholstered the flare gun, more for comfort than any practical purpose, and scanned the trees. Dave was examining the ground. Got a set of footprints, he called out, his breath pluming in the frigid air. Single person. Hitting inland. This was the part that made no sense. Why would an ice fisherman, presumably returning to his truck, abandon his machine and walk into the forest? Every survival instinct would scream to stay on the lake, the most direct and open route back to civilization. Walking into the dense, snow-choked woods was a death sentence. Maybe he ran out of gas, tried a shortcut. I offered, though I didn't believe it. Dave shook his head. Tank's half full, and there's no such thing as a shortcut through this. He gestured with his chin towards the wall of pine and birch. We had no choice. We followed the tracks. The going was brutal. The snow was waist, deep in places, a fine, dry powder that offered no purchase. Every step was a struggle. The forest closed in around us. the tall pines blocking out what little light there was. I'd grown up in Minnesota, and I'd heard the old stories from the local Ojibwe elders. They spoke of these deep woods with a reverence that bordered on fear. They were places of power, places where the veil between worlds was thin. I pushed the thought from my mind, focusing on the tracks, on the simple mechanics of putting one foot in front of the other. The footprints told a strange story. They started with a normal stride, but as we went deeper, the gait became longer, more spaced out, as if Peterson was running. Then they would stop, meander in a small circle, and start again. It was the pattern of a man who was either delirious or being pursued. After a mile that felt like 10, just as a creeping sense of hopelessness began to set in, Dave stopped dead. Well, I'll be damned. Through a thicket of tangled branches, I saw it. A small, dilapidated cabin, barely standing. It was ancient, the logs dark with age and rot, the roof sagging under a heavy load of snow. It wasn't on any of our park maps. It was a ghost, a relic from another time, slowly being swallowed by the forest. The tracks led directly to its single, crude door. A wave of relief washed over me. He'd found shelter. He was probably inside, cold and hungry, but alive. Peterson. I yelled, my voice sounding unnaturally loud. Federal Park Service. We're here to help. There was no answer. Only the sighing of the wind through the pines. We approached cautiously. As we got closer, I noticed something odd. The single, grime-caked window wasn't just dark. It was boarded up from the inside. And the door, there was a heavy wooden beam laid across it. Also on the inside. He wasn't just taking shelter. He had barred himself in. My relief curdled back into that familiar, cold dread. Dave and I exchanged a look. This was wrong. This was all wrong. We drew our sidearms, a protocol that suddenly felt terrifyingly necessary. After shouting a few more times with no response, Dave put his shoulder into the door. It barely budged. It took both of us, slamming our weight against the weathered wood again and again, before it finally gave way with a splintering crack and a groan of tortured metal. The first thing that hit us wasn't the sight, but the smell. It rolled out of the dark interior in a thick, gagging wave. It was a complex and utterly vile stench, a mix of stale sweat, rot, and something else, something coppery and foul, like old meat left to spoil in the sun. It was the smell of sickness and decay. We clicked on our flashlights, their beams cutting through the oppressive darkness. The cabin was tiny, a single room cluttered with debris, and in the far corner, huddled on the floor, was a figure. It was Peterson alive, but just barely. He was skeletal, a thing of sticks and angles, his skin stretched so tight over his bones it looked like gray parchment. His eyes were sunk deep into their sockets, but as our light hit them, they burned with a terrifying, feverish intensity. My first thought was starvation, but then my beam fell on the floor around him. There was food, half-eaten bags of beef jerky, trail mix, protein bars from his pack. He hadn't touched most of it. He was starving himself in a room with food. We're here to help, I said again, my voice softer this time, taking a slow step forward. We've got food, water. He recoiled from the light like a nocturnal creature, pulling himself tighter into the corner. A sound escaped his throat, a dry, guttural hiss that was not entirely human. He raised a hand to shield his face, and his voice, when it came, was a dry, broken crackle, like autumn leaves skittering across pavement. Not that food, he rasped. The hunger, it's a different hunger. The words hung in the frigid, foul air of the cabin, devoid of context yet weighted with a chilling authority. A different hunger. Dave and I stood frozen for a moment, the beams of our flashlights fixed on the wretched man in the corner. My training kicked in, a checklist of rational explanations running through my mind. Severe hypothermia can induce psychosis. Starvation leads to delirium. He's likely hallucinating, his mind broken by the cold and the isolation. We were trained to handle victims in shock, people whose reality had fractured under extreme duress. That's what this was. It had to be. Right, Peterson? Dave said, his voice calm and steady, the one he used for talking people down from ledges, both literal and metaphorical. Let's just get you some water. You're dehydrated. He kept his flashlight beam on Peterson's chest, avoiding the man's burning eyes, and began to back slowly out of the cabin. "Sam, stay with him. I'm calling this in. We need an immediate evac." I nodded, my throat too dry to speak. The stench was getting worse, a physical presence that coated the back of my throat. I kept my distance, staying near the doorway, my escape route. The splintered frame was a stark reminder of the barrier Peterson had put between himself and the world, or perhaps between the world and whatever was in here with him. I watched him, a huddled mass of desperation in the corner. His breathing was shallow, a faint rasping sound that seemed to take a monumental effort. I decided Dave was right. He needed water. The first step to bringing someone back from the brink is hydration. "Okay, Gerald," I said, forcing a gentleness into my tone that I did not feel. "I'm just going to place a bottle of water on the floor. You can drink it when you're ready." I uncapped a bottle from my pack, the simple crack of the plastic seal sounding like a gunshot in the silence. I knelt down, my eyes never leaving him, and slid the bottle across the dusty, grime-covered floorboards. It stopped a few feet from him. He didn't look at the bottle. His gaze was fixed on my hands. A low growl rumbled in his chest, and he shifted, pulling his own hands closer to his body as if to hide them. It was a protective gesture, but it felt wrong. It felt possessive. As my partner radioed for an evac chopper, I tried to get a better look at the man. My flashlight beam traced the sharp angles of his body, the hollows of his cheeks, the tattered remains of his winter gear. And that's when I saw his left hand properly for the first time. It wasn't just dirty. It was mangled. The fingers were raw, bloody stumps, the flesh torn and shredded. It looked like a severe case of frostbite, tissue destroyed by the cold. But the damage was too uneven, too ragged. It looked like it had been chewed. My stomach turned. A wave of nausea, sharp and acidic, rose in my throat. I took a half step back, my brain refusing to process what my eyes were seeing. Self-harm. Delirium-induced mutilation. Then my flashlight beam drifted from his hand to the floor immediately around him. In the dust and filth, I saw them. Small, white objects scattered like discarded pebbles. They were bones. Tiny, splintered, gnawed-on bones. And as I looked closer, my blood didn't just run cold, it turned to a slush of ice in my veins. I could make out the unmistakable, delicate curve of a phalanx. A finger bone, not from an animal. The stories hit me then, not as memories, but as a sudden, visceral understanding. I'd grown up in Minnesota, on the edge of the great northern woods. The local Ojibwe kids I went to school with, their grandparents, the elders, they had stories. Stories you didn't hear from the park service or in biology class. They were winter stories told in hushed tones around wood stoves when the wind howled outside and the darkness pressed in against the window panes. Stories of the Wendigo. It was a spirit, they said, an entity of the frozen north, of eternal winter and insatiable hunger. It was a cautionary tale, a ghost story born from the ultimate taboo, a human who resorts to cannibalism to survive a harsh winter. But the elders were always clear on one point. It wasn't just about survival. That, while a tragedy, was understandable. The Wendigo was born of something far worse, greed. It was about a hunger that wasn't just physical, but spiritual. A rapacious need that grew with every bite, so the creature was forever starving, forever hunting, its gaunt form a mockery of the body it once was. They said a person could become one, transformed by the act itself. The first taste of human flesh didn't just break a taboo. It invited the spirit in, turning their heart to a shard of ice and lighting a fire in their gut that could never be quenched. I stared at Peterson, at the gnawed bones on the floor, at his own mutilated hand, and the pieces clicked into place with a horrifying, sickening logic. He hadn't been attacked by a wolf. He hadn't gotten lost and succumbed to frostbite. He had been trapped, starving, and he had made a choice. He had started with the most readily available source of meat he had, himself. Dave came back in the doorway, his face pale. Chopper's on its way. ETA is 20 minutes, maybe less. They're diverting from a training exercise. He saw the look on my face, followed my gaze to the floor, and stopped. "Oh, God," he whispered. Just then, a change came over Peterson. It was subtle at first. A tremor ran through his skeletal frame, but it wasn't a shiver from the cold. It was a spasm of energy. He was still emaciated, still a wraith, but a wary, unnatural strength was flowing back into him. He pushed himself away from the wall, his movements becoming less feeble, more fluid. He wasn't recovering. He was gestating. He pushed himself up onto his knees, and then, with a horrifying, grating sound of popping joints, he rose to his feet. And he kept rising. He was a tall man to begin with, but now he seemed to tower over us, his head nearly brushing the low ceiling beams. His limbs, which had looked so frail, now seemed to elongate, to stretch, the skin pulling even tighter over the bone, defining a wary, horrifying musculature. It was impossible, a violation of anatomy, but it was happening right in front of me. So hungry. He whispered again, but the voice was different. The dry crackle was gone, replaced by a low, resonant rasp that vibrated through the small cabin. His sunken eyes, burning with that feverish light, were no longer scanning the room in a panic. They were fixed on me. It wasn't the look of a starving victim. It was the look of a predator sizing up its prey. In that moment, the full weight of my mistake crashed down on me. I had walked into that cabin with a rescue mindset. My training, my instincts, my entire professional purpose was geared toward providing aid and comfort to a person in distress. I saw a victim, and my first impulse was to help. I should have walked in here with my hand on my sidearm, with the mindset of a law enforcement officer confronting an unknown threat. I wasn't here to save a man from starvation. I was here, trapped in a remote cabin in the dead of winter, witnessing the birth of a monster. Dave must have seen it too. He raised his sidearm, his hands shaking slightly.
Peterson, stay where you are!
Do not move. The thing that was Peterson ignored him. It took a slow, deliberate step forward. Its bare feet blue with cold, made no sound on the wooden floor. It tilted its head, a gesture that might have seemed curious on a human, but on this creature, it was analytical. It was calculating, and its gaze never left mine. Then we heard it, faint at first, but growing steadily louder. The rhythmic whoomp, whoomp of rotor blades cutting through the winter silence. The evac chopper. Help was coming. But as the sound grew, the creature didn't recoil. It didn't seem scared. A slow, terrible smile stretched its gray, parchment, like lips, revealing gums that were black and bloody. The sound wasn't a promise of rescue. It was a dinner bell. The grin on the creature's face was the most obscene thing I have ever witnessed. It was a wide, lipless fissure in its gray, drawn face, and it split the world in two. The time before I saw it, and the terrifying, unending moment after. The approaching sound of the helicopter didn't signal safety. It was an appetizer. The thing that was Peterson wasn't afraid of being discovered. It was anticipating a feast. Time seemed to slow down, each beat of the rotor blades a hammer blow against the silence of the cabin. Dave's voice, when he yelled again, was tight with barely controlled panic. I will shoot Peterson. I swear to God, take one more step, and I will put you down. The creature's head snapped toward Dave, its attention shifting from me to the more immediate threat. The smile vanished, replaced by a look of pure, predatory malice. It took another step, its elongated form seeming to unfold and contract with a horrifying fluidity. It wasn't walking like a man. It was moving like a spider, all angles and impossible grace. What happened next was a blur of speed and violence that my mind still struggles to assemble into a coherent memory. Dave fired his weapon. The bang was deafening in the enclosed space, a physical concussion of sound and pressure. I saw the muzzle flash, saw the small, dark hole appear in the center of the creature's chest. A normal man would have been thrown backward, his life extinguished in an instant. Peterson didn't even flinch. He looked down at the wound with a flicker of what I can only describe as annoyance, as if a mosquito had bitten him. Then he lunged. He didn't run. He crossed the 10 feet of space between him and Dave in a single, impossible bound. His long, wary arm, ending in fingers that were more like talons, shot out and swatted Dave's gun away. The pistol clattered into a dark corner, lost. His other hand clamped around Dave's throat. I heard a sickening, wet crunch as the bones in his neck gave way. Dave didn't even have time to scream. His eyes went wide with shock and a final, terrible understanding, and then the light simply went out of them. The creature lifted him effortlessly, holding my partner's limp body a foot off the ground before tossing him aside like a bundle of rags. I was paralyzed, my feet rooted to the floor. Every instinct, every fiber of my being screamed at me to run, but my body wouldn't obey. The creature turned its head, the motion jerky and bird-like, and its burning eyes locked onto mine once more. The hunger in them was a tangible force, a physical pressure that made it hard to breathe. It took a step toward me. That's what broke the spell. The sheer animal instinct for survival finally overpowered the paralysis. I scrambled backward, tripping out of the doorway and falling hard into the deep snow outside. The icy shock was a jolt of adrenaline. I crab-walked away, kicking frantically, my eyes still fixed on the dark maw of the cabin door. The creature emerged, stooping to fit its unnaturally tall frame through the opening. It straightened up in the gray winter light, and I could see it clearly for the first time, not as a silhouette in a dark room, but as a physical being. It was impossibly gaunt, its skin the color of old ash, stretched over a frame that was human in shape, but utterly alien in proportion. It looked like a starvation victim, yet it moved with a power that radiated menace. The sound of the helicopter was deafening now. It was directly overhead, the rotor wash blasting snow and loose debris in every direction. I could see the landing skids through the swirling snow, the medic in the open side door looking down with a confused expression. The creature paid the helicopter no mind. Its entire focus was on me. It started forward, its long legs moving with that same eerie, loping gait. I knew with absolute certainty that I couldn't outrun it. My hand fumbled for my own sidearm, my fingers numb and clumsy with cold and terror. I pulled it from the holster, my hands shaking so violently I could barely get a grip. I raised it, pointing the barrel at the center of the approaching horror. Stop, I screamed, my voice thin and lost in the roar of the chopper. It didn't stop. It just kept coming, its black, sunken eyes fixed on me, the terrible, hungry smile returning to its face. Suddenly, a figure dropped from the helicopter's skid, landing in the snow a few yards away. It was the flight medic, a young man named Torres, his face a mask of professional urgency. He was carrying a large medical bag. "Mom, are you injured?" He yelled over the noise. "Where is the victim?" He saw Peterson then. He stopped, his mouth falling open. His brain, like mine had been minutes earlier, was trying to reconcile the sight of this emaciated, skeletal figure with the obvious threat it posed.
Sir, you need medical attention.
"We're here to help." The creature barely glanced at him. Its focus remained on me. It was 10 feet away now. I pulled the trigger. Once. Twice. The bullets struck its torso, but they had no more effect than Dave's had. It was like shooting at a stone wall. Torres, seeing the gunshots have no effect, finally understood. His professionalism was replaced by raw fear. He fumbled in his bag, pulling out a large syringe. A tranquilizer. He charged forward, jabbing the needle deep into the creature's thigh. The creature roared. It was not a human sound. It was a high, piercing shriek of rage and pain that cut through the noise of the helicopter. It spun around, its arm lashing out in a blur of motion, and backhanded Torres across the chest. The medic flew backward as if struck by a car, landing in a heap in the snow, motionless. The momentary distraction was all I needed. I scrambled to my feet and ran, not toward the woods, but toward the chopper. It was my only hope. Behind me, I could hear the thing crashing through the snow, closing the distance with terrifying speed. I threw myself toward the open door of the helicopter, and strong hands grabbed my jacket, hauling me inside. I looked back just as the creature reached the helicopter. It grabbed onto the landing skid, its raw, mangled fingers digging into the metal. Its face was level with mine, inches away, separated only by a few feet of open air. The hunger in its eyes was an abyss. It opened its mouth to scream again, and I saw that its teeth were no longer human. They were like sharpened pegs, gray and broken. The pilot, seeing what was happening, pulled sharply on the collective. The helicopter lurched upward. The creature clung on for a moment, its unnatural strength fighting against the power of the turbine engine. Then its grip slipped. It fell tumbling 20, then 30 feet, before landing in a broken heap in the snow below. It didn't move. The rest is a blur of official reports and carefully worded statements. Torres had several broken ribs and a severe concussion, but he would live. Dave was listed as killed in the line of duty. The official cause of death attributed to an attack by the disoriented and violent victim he was trying to rescue. They flew a larger team out to the cabin. Peterson, or the thing he had become, wasn't there. They found his body a week later, half a mile away, frozen solid. The official report on his death mentioned extreme emaciation and self-inflicted wounds consistent with a rare, culturally specific delusion known as Wendigo psychosis, a tragic case of a man's mind breaking under the strain of survival. They gave me a commendation for bravery. They offered me counseling, which I took. I talked about trauma and stress and seeing my partner die. I never talked about the impossible length of its limbs, its unnatural strength, or the ancient, predatory intelligence in its eyes. They wouldn't have understood. They would have added my name to the list of those suffering from psychosis. But I know what I saw. What I saw wasn't a delusion. It was a transformation. It was a hunger from a colder, darker time, a hunger that had slept in the heart of the North Woods and had been woken by one man's desperate, greedy choice. The official report sits in a file cabinet somewhere, a neat, tidy explanation for a horror that defies explanation. But I was there. I was in that cabin. I saw the birth of a monster. And some nights, when the winter wind howls and the silence of the North Woods presses in, I can still feel it. That cold, insatiable, different hunger. And I know it's still out there, waiting. My name is Chloe Kim, and my official title is Wilderness Emergency Medical Technician, a park ranger assigned to the Great Smoky Mountains National Park. It's a title that sounds more complex than the reality of the job, which is to be the person who runs toward the emergencies deep in the backcountry, far from the reach of a convenient ambulance. For the past 6 years, my world has been one of high altitudes, unpredictable weather, and the brutal honesty of nature. I've rappelled down rock faces to stabilize climbers with compound fractures, performed CPR for miles on a narrow trail to save a man from a heart attack, and I've seen firsthand what a frightened black bear can do to a person who gets between a mother and her cubs. I carry a pack filled with medical supplies designed to counter the wilderness's physical threats: tourniquets, splints, epinephrine, sutures. I've been trained to view every crisis through a lens of methodical, scientific assessment. Identify the mechanism of injury, check vitals, treat for shock, stabilize, and evacuate. It's a mantra that has kept me grounded and my patients alive. In the Smokies, you learn the rhythms of the forest, the language of the birds, the scent of a coming storm. You believe you understand the dangers because you have named them, studied them, and prepared for them. I thought I was prepared for anything. That was my first mistake. The call came on a Tuesday in late October. The air had that crisp, cool edge to it, and the mountains were on fire with the colors of autumn. A sea of blazing red, defiant orange, and melancholy yellow. It was beautiful, the kind of day that draws tourists by the thousands. We were expecting the usual calls: a twisted ankle on a slippery route, a child lost near a trailhead, an elderly hiker experiencing dehydration. The voice over the radio, however, was laced with a static of pure panic. It wasn't the calm, clipped tone of another ranger. It was a civilian using one of the emergency call boxes on the Alum Cave Trail.
Mayday! Mayday! We need help. Our friend, I don't know what's wrong with him.
He's trying to hurt himself. The dispatcher tried to get more information, her professional calm a stark contrast to the caller's frantic voice. Sir, can you describe the symptoms? Is he injured? There was a pause, filled with the sound of a gut-wrenching, inhuman scream in the background. It wasn't a scream of pain, but one of pure, unadulterated terror. The sound made the hairs on my arms stand up.
He's not injured. He's losing his mind!
The caller finally choked out. We were just resting, and he started screaming.
He's clawing at his face!
Oh God, his eyes. The official report logged it as a sudden and violent psychotic break. My partner, a seasoned ranger named Dave, and I gathered our gear. Dave was a man who had seen it all twice, with a calm demeanor that could soothe a cornered animal. As we drove towards the trailhead, he glanced at me. Psychotic break. On the trail. You thinking drugs? Psilocybin, maybe. It's possible. I replied, my mind already running through the diagnostic checklist. Could be a reaction to something he took, or a sudden onset medical issue. Aneurysm. Stroke they can present with bizarre psychiatric symptoms. We were trying to fit the situation into a box we understood. We were trying to make it manageable. The Alum Cave Trail is one of the most popular in the park, but as you get deeper, the crowds thin. We hiked at a brisk, ground-eating pace, the urgency of the call pushing us forward. The higher we climbed, the more the forest seemed to change. The bright autumn canopy grew thicker, casting the trail in a deep, perpetual twilight. The air grew still and heavy, the usual chatter of squirrels and birds conspicuously absent. It was a silence that felt watchful, ancient. I shook the feeling off, attributing it to adrenaline. We heard the screaming long before we saw them. It was a continuous, ragged sound that echoed unnervingly through the silent woods. It tore at the tranquility of the mountains, a sound of profound violation. The scene was even worse than I had imagined. 3 hikers, all men in their early 30s, were in a small clearing just off the trail. 2 of them were desperately trying to restrain the third, who was on the ground, convulsing with a terrifying strength. His friends were pale, their faces etched with a mixture of shock and fear. The man on the ground was the source of the screaming. He was arching his back, his muscles corded with tension, thrashing like a fish on a line. His hands were hooked into claws, and he was raking them across his own face, leaving bloody furrows in his skin. His primary target, horrifyingly, was his eyes. "Park Ranger, we're here to help," I announced, my voice cutting through the chaos. I dropped my pack and knelt beside him, my training taking over. What happened? Exactly. One of the friends, a man with a shaking voice and wide, terrified eyes, answered. "I don't know. I swear, I don't know." We were just sitting here, taking a water break. He gestured to the man on the ground. He was just looking off into the woods. Right over there, he pointed towards a particularly dense thicket of rhododendron and ancient gnarled trees. He wasn't saying anything, just staring. Then his face went blank, and then he just started screaming. Just screaming and wouldn't stop. I tried to get Mark's attention. "Mark, my name is Chloe. I'm a ranger. I'm here to help you. Can you hear me?" His head snapped in my direction, but he wasn't looking at me. His eyes were wide, the pupils so dilated they seemed to swallow the irises. They were fixed on something over my shoulder, something far away. But it was the expression in them that stopped my breath. I've seen fear, I've seen pain, and I've seen panic. This was something else entirely. It was a level of absolute, soul-shattering horror that I didn't think a human face was capable of expressing. He wasn't seeing us. He was seeing something else, something that was still happening to him inside his own mind. Instinctively, I followed his friend's gesture, my gaze sweeping over the dense, dark woods he had pointed to. My mind was still in medical mode, looking for a logical explanation. A startled bear, snake, anything that could trigger a phobic reaction. The woods were a wall of shadow and shifting leaves. Nothing. I was about to turn back, to dismiss it and focus on sedation and evacuation, when I saw it. It was only for a second, a flicker of movement in the deepest part of the shadows. My brain struggled to process the image, to categorize it. It was a feline, that much was clear. It was larger than any bobcat I'd ever seen, but sleeker and smaller than a cougar. Its coat was the color of charcoal and shadow, seeming to drink the dim light around it, but it was the face that caused a wave of cognitive dissonance to wash over me. It was unnervingly, impossibly wrong. The structure had a strange, almost half human quality to its bone structure, a mockery of a human face on an animal's head. But the eyes were what broke through my clinical detachment and plunged me into a cold abyss. They were not the eyes of any animal I knew. They were deep, impossibly ancient, and they seemed to swirl with a soft, internal luminescence, a light that was not a reflection of the sun. As my gaze met theirs, the world tilted on its axis. A wave of intense vertigo and sudden, disorienting nausea hit me. My thoughts, usually a clear and methodical fortress in a crisis, began to fray. The edges of my perception blurred like a photograph dissolving in water. The clear, rational line of assess, treat, evacuate snapped, replaced by a jumble of primal, incoherent fear. I felt a flicker, a terrifying echo of the same mind-breaking panic I saw in the man on the ground. For a horrifying instant, I understood his screams. I tore my gaze away, gasping, shaking my head to clear the encroaching mental fog. The image was seared into my brain, a permanent brand on my memory. And with that image, a story surfaced from the depths of my mind. A story a wise old Cherokee ranger named Ben Looking Glass had told me years ago, one rainy afternoon at the station. A story I had filed away as fascinating, but ultimately harmless, folklore. The story of the Tanusi, the leech place, and the creature that guarded it, the Wampus Cat, a spirit of madness. Ben had said it didn't need claws or fangs to kill you. He'd said its very gaze was a weapon, one that could shatter a person's sanity, unraveling their mind until nothing was left but a screaming animal. I looked back at Mark, at his bloodied face, and eyes filled with a horror I had just tasted. My medical training, my gear, my entire worldview felt like a child's toy in the face of what I had just seen. This wasn't a patient. He was a victim. He had looked too long into a place he shouldn't have, and something ancient and terrible had looked back. The entire chilling encounter, the glimpse into the woods, the wave of nausea, the memory of Ben's story, lasted no more than 3 seconds. But in that sliver of time, the world had been fundamentally reordered. I snapped back to the scene in front of me, my heart hammering against my ribs, not with the adrenaline of a crisis, but with a cold, primal dread. Dave was already reaching into his pack, pulling out a vial of midazolam and a syringe.
Snap out of it!
We need to sedate him now, or he's going to seriously injure himself or us. Dave's voice was a grounding anchor in the sea of my spiraling thoughts. He hadn't seen it. He hadn't looked. His world was still blessedly sane. I forced myself to move, my limbs feeling heavy and disconnected. Right. Sedation. My voice came out as a croak. I fumbled for an alcohol wipe, my hands shaking so badly I could barely tear the packet open. This was new. I'd sutured a wound on a screaming child without so much as a tremor. Now, my body was betraying me. You okay? Dave asked, his brow furrowed with concern as he expertly prepared the syringe. You look like you've seen a ghost. If only it were that simple. Just the screaming. I lied, forcing my focus onto the immediate task. It's getting to me. We worked together, a familiar dance of professional coordination that felt utterly surreal under the circumstances. While I prepped the injection site on Mark's arm, Dave and the two friends used all their weight to hold him still for the crucial few seconds. The moment the needle went in, Mark let out a final, piercing shriek that seemed to be aimed directly at the darkening woods. Then, as the sedative coursed through his veins, his struggles began to lessen. The terrifying tension in his muscles slackened. The inhuman screaming subsided into ragged, guttural moans, and finally, mercifully, into a whimpering silence. His eyes, though still wide, lost that terrifying focus on the unseen. They simply stared vacant and glassy. The silence that descended was somehow more terrifying than the noise it replaced. It was a heavy, listening silence. The two friends collapsed backward, panting and trembling, the adrenaline draining away to leave them hollow-eyed and limp with shock. What in God's name was that? One of them whispered, staring at his friend's now limp body. We'll get him to a hospital. Dave said, his reassuring ranger voice taking over. They can figure it out. But I knew they couldn't. How do you find a wound inflicted by a shadow? My gaze kept darting back to the thicket of rhododendron, the space where I'd seen it. It was just an ordinary patch of woods now, dark and still. but it didn't feel ordinary. It felt like the curtain had been pulled back, and I had seen the machinery operating behind the stage. The world felt thin, breakable. The evacuation was a nightmare. We strapped Mark onto a lightweight litter for the trek down the mountain. He was dead weight, his head lolling to the side, occasionally murmuring nonsensical, broken phrases. The eyes, they burned not a reflection. With every step we took, I felt 1,000 unseen eyes on my back. The rustle of leaves was no longer the wind. It was footsteps. The snap of a twig was no longer a squirrel. It was something large, pacing us from just beyond the veil of trees. My senses, usually my most trusted tools, had become instruments of torture. I saw feline shapes in the play of shadow and light, and the memory of those swirling, luminous eyes threatened to bubble up from my subconscious, bringing with it that wave of vertigo. I had to consciously fight to keep my thoughts linear, to focus on my footing, on the weight of the litter, on Dave's steady presence in front of me. Dave, for his part, was back to his logical, methodical self. Had to be drugs, he said, breathing heavily as we navigated a steep, rocky section of the trail. Some new designer hallucinogen. We're seeing more of it. People think it's a spiritual experience to trip in the woods, but they don't realize how badly it can go. He seems so normal. One of the friends said, his voice still shaky. Mark doesn't do drugs. He's a marathon runner. He's a high school science teacher. It only takes once. Dave said, not unkindly. I remained silent, letting them build their rational cage around the event. What could I say? Actually, I think your friend's soul was just grazed by an ancient entity of madness that lives in these woods. They would have thought I'd lost my mind, too. I was a medical professional. My job was to deal in facts, in evidence, in things that could be measured and documented. But the truth of what happened on that mountain couldn't be logged in an incident report. As we descended, Ben's story played out in my mind with a clarity that wasn't there when I first heard it. He told me the Wampus cat was a guardian, a protector of sacred places the Cherokee called the Tlanusi, hidden places where the veil between worlds was thin. In some versions of the legend, the creature was a woman who, consumed by jealousy and grief, had donned the skin of a cougar to spy on the men of her tribe during a sacred ceremony. As punishment for her sacrilege, the spirits fused the skin to her body, cursing her to roam the mountains forever as a monstrous, half-human beast, a terrifying guardian of secrets not meant for mortal eyes. Her gaze became her weapon. She didn't need to attack you physically. She just needed you to see her, and in seeing her, to see the terrible, maddening truth of the world she represented. Your mind simply broke. We finally reached the trailhead as the sun dipped below the peaks, painting the sky in shades of bruised purple and orange. An ambulance was waiting. We transferred Mark into their care, providing the paramedics with a clinical, detached summary. Male, early 30s, presenting with acute psychosis, self-inflicted facial lacerations, sedated with femg-midazolam for transport. The official diagnosis, I would later learn, was sudden onset schizophrenia, likely triggered by environmental stressors and dehydration. A neat, tidy label for a horror that had no name, a medical explanation for a spiritual wound. Back at the ranger station, the fluorescent lights felt harsh and artificial. Dave was typing up the report, the rhythmic click-clack of the keyboard a sound of normalcy that did nothing to soothe my frayed nerves. "You're still quiet," he observed, not looking up from his screen. "That one really got to you, huh?" "Hi, Dave. Did you feel anything up there?" Before we got to them, the woods felt wrong. He finally stopped typing and looked at me, his expression patient. "Chloe, we were hiking into a traumatic emergency. Adrenaline was high. It's normal to feel on edge. Your brain plays tricks on you. Don't let it get in your head." He was trying to help, to be the rational partner I needed, but his logic felt like a foreign language. He hadn't seen the eyes. He hadn't felt that dizzying unraveling of reality. That night, I couldn't sleep. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw that semi-human feline face, those swirling incandescent eyes. I felt the vertigo. I got up and turned on my computer, my fingers flying across the keyboard. I searched for unidentified large felines in the Smokies, a local animal attack causing psychosis, mass hysteria, environmental triggers. I found articles about escaped exotic pets, misidentified cougars, and theories about infrasound from wind tunnels causing feelings of dread. I found medical journals detailing dozens of reasons for sudden psychiatric breaks. None of it fit. None of it explained the shared experience, the impossible anatomy of the creature, or the profound, specific nature of the terror I had felt. My search was a desperate attempt to find a rational box to put the experience in. But the more I searched, the more I realized I was looking in the wrong library. My medical textbooks and scientific journals were useless. The only thing that came close to describing what happened was the story I had once dismissed as folklore. I realized then that my mistake was approaching the scene as a purely medical problem. I was looking for a biological cause, a drug reaction, a pre-existing condition. I was trying to treat the symptoms. But Mark wasn't sick. He was cursed. And for one terrifying moment, so was I. I realized my medical kit was useless. How do you treat a wound that's been inflicted directly on the soul? There was only one person who might have an answer. My scientific mind screamed in protest, but my gut, the part of me that had survived 6 years in the backcountry, knew the truth. I needed to find Ben Looking Glass. He had retired a few years back, moved somewhere up near Cherokee territory. It wouldn't be easy to find him. But as the first light of dawn broke over the mountains, I knew I had no other choice. I had to understand what looked back from the woods, and I was terrified that it might still be watching me. Finding a retired ranger who wants to be left alone is harder than tracking a wounded buck through dense fog. Ben Looking Glass hadn't left a forwarding address. He had simply vanished back into the mountains that had been his family's home for centuries. My official requests for his contact information were met with polite but firm denials, citing privacy regulations. Unofficially, my supervisor pulled me aside. "Leave it alone, Chloe," he'd said, his eyes full of a tired sympathy. "Some things in these mountains are better left unstirred." Ben knew that. It's why he left. But I couldn't leave it alone. The image of the wampus cat was burned onto the back of my eyelids. I started having nightmares, not of the creature itself, but of the feeling it invoked, that dizzying, nauseating sense of my mind coming undone. During patrols, my focus was shot. Every shadow seemed to coalesce into a feline form. I was becoming a liability, and I knew it. I put in for a 2-week leave of absence, citing personal reasons. Dave just nodded, his face a mask of concern. "Get your head straight, Kim," he said, and I knew it was both an order and a plea. My search for Ben started in the town of Cherokee, North Carolina, a place where the modern world and ancient traditions coexist in an uneasy truce. I showed Ben's old Ranger ID photo to people in cafes, in shops selling handmade crafts, and at the cultural center. Most offered a polite shake of the head, their eyes revealing nothing. They were masters of closing ranks against outsiders. And I, despite my years in the park, was an outsider. It wasn't until my third day, feeling a gnawing desperation, that I found a lead. An elderly woman weaving a basket on her porch looked at the photo, her hands never ceasing their intricate work. "You're the ranger from the Alum Cave Call," she said. It wasn't a question. News travels differently in the mountains. Ben doesn't like visitors, especially not Park Service visitors. "I'm not here as a ranger," I said, my voice quiet. "I'm here because I saw something, and I think he's the only one who can explain it." She studied my face for a long moment, her dark eyes seeming to weigh my soul. He said its gaze was a weapon. She murmured, an echo of the very words that had haunted me. She finally gave a single sharp nod. "Follow the river up past the old mission. Look for a cabin with a blue door. Don't go to the door. Just wait. If he wants to talk, he'll find you." I followed her directions, my truck's tires crunching on a gravel road that narrowed into a dirt track. I parked where the track ended and walked, the sound of the Okanalifty River my only companion. I found the cabin, a small, neat structure nestled in a clearing, smoke curling lazily from its stone chimney. The door was a defiant slash of sky, blue against the dark wood. I did as I was told, finding a fallen log a respectful distance away, and I waited. I sat for hours as the sun arced across the sky, feeling the forest watch me. This was his territory. Here I was the tourist. Just as dusk began to settle, he emerged from the trees behind me, as silent as a shadow. "You were told not to come," Ben Looking-Glass said. He looked older than I remembered, his face a beautiful roadmap of wrinkles, his long, silver hair tied back with a simple leather thong. "I had to," I replied, standing up but not moving toward him. "A hiker on the Alum Cave Trail. A man named Mark. He looked into the woods and lost his mind. I heard," Ben said, his voice a low rumble. "And you saw it. You saw the Guardian." The word Guardian sent a shiver down my spine. I saw a creature. Its eyes, Ben, I felt it. I felt my mind start to break. He nodded slowly, his gaze fixed on the darkening mountains. "You were lucky. You only glanced. That man," he stared. "You don't stare at the Tlanusi. You don't stare at the sun, and you don't stare at the things that guard the places where the world is thin. It's not a monster, Chloe, not in the way you think. It doesn't hate. It doesn't hunt. It simply is. Its purpose is to protect those places from us, and to protect us from them." He explained that the Wampus cat, the Tlanusi Yi, was less a physical creature and more of a living, breathing boundary, a psychic and spiritual warning system. Its gaze doesn't project madness into you. It forces your own mind to perceive the unfiltered reality of the universe. The chaos, the vastness, the terrifying truth that our neatly constructed reality is just a sliver of what's actually there. "The human mind," he said, "isn't built for that. It shatters under the weight of such a revelation. That man," Ben continued, "was not attacked. He was exposed. He looked past the veil, and the Guardian showed him what was on the other side. What you felt, that vertigo, that fraying of your thoughts. That was the Guardian's gift of mercy. It was a warning shot across your bow, a tap on the shoulder telling you to look away. You listened. He didn't or couldn't. We talked for what felt like hours, sitting on that log as the stars emerged, brighter and clearer here than anywhere else. He told me that my medical kit was useless for the same reason a bandage is useless on a phantom limb. The wound wasn't in Mark's body or his brain chemistry. The wound was in his perception, in his spirit. The official diagnosis of schizophrenia was just a label for the wreckage left behind when a human consciousness is forced to confront the impossible. "So what happens to him?" I asked, the question heavy in my heart. Ben looked at the river, its surface reflecting the starlight. "His journey is his own now. Some who are touched by the Guardian wander in madness for the rest of their days. Others, after a long time, find their way back, but they are never the same. They see the world differently. They understand that there are other, older rules. They learn to be humble." As I prepared to leave, Ben placed a hand on my shoulder. "You were brought to this for a reason, Chloe. You have one foot in the world of science and procedure, and now you've been shown the other world. The one of spirit and shadow. You can't unsee what you saw. Your job now is not to treat the wounds. Your job is to understand why they happen. Your job is to teach others where not to look." Driving back down the mountain, the world felt different. It felt bigger, more mysterious, and infinitely more dangerous, yet also more sacred. The fear that had been my constant companion for days had been replaced by a profound, humbling awe. I had been looking for a monster, and instead, I had found a guardian. I had been looking for a diagnosis, and instead I had found a truth far older than medicine. I still work as a wilderness EMT in the Smokies. My pack still contains tourniquets and splints. But now it contains something else, a new respect, a new humility. I am quicker to caution hikers who venture off the trail, my warnings carrying a weight they didn't have before. When I see people staring too long into the deep, dark places of the forest, I make a point of breaking their concentration, offering a map or a friendly word. I see myself as a different kind of first responder now. I'm not just there to treat the body. I'm there to protect the soul. I checked on Mark a few months ago. He was in a long-term care facility. The official chart said he was unresponsive to therapy. His friends had stopped visiting, but the nurse told me something that wasn't in the chart. She said he rarely screams anymore. Most days, he just sits by the window, staring up at the distant, hazy blue of the mountains on the horizon. And sometimes, she said he smiles. My name is Dylan Murphy, and for the better part of a decade, I navigated a different kind of wilderness. For 10 years, I was a detective with the Charlotte, Mecklenburg Police Department, a world of concrete canyons, screaming sirens, and shadows that clung to alleyways and whispered from behind closed doors. My life was a litany of case files, each one a testament to human fallibility. I saw the spectrum of malice, from the petty thefts born of desperation to the cold, calculated cruelties that made you question the very fabric of society. The victims were always human, and the motives were depressingly familiar: greed, jealousy, rage, or the simple, brutal desire for power. After a particularly grim case involving a family on River Street, I found I could no longer wash the city's grime from my soul. The faces of the victims, both living and dead, followed me home. The mountains I thought would be different, so I traded my badge and gun for a different uniform, one of forest green and khaki. I joined the Forest Service, seeking a quiet jurisdiction of ancient trees and sprawling vistas. I wanted a world where the primary dangers were things I could understand on a primal level: sudden blizzards, rock slides, a cornered black bear. I was looking for peace, for a job where the victims were more likely to be a lost hiker with a twisted ankle or a fawn separated from its mother. I was wrong. I found that the malevolence out here wasn't born of human failing. The motives were just older, deeper, rooted in the very soil beneath my feet. The day it began was deceptively beautiful, one of those late summer afternoons when the Appalachian air is crisp and golden. The sun slanted through the dense canopy, painting shifting patterns on the forest floor. I was at the main ranger station, finishing up paperwork, the scent of pine and drying ink filling the small, rustic office. It was the quiet hour, that peaceful lull before the day. Trippers started heading home, and the overnight campers settled in for the evening. The rhythmic hum of the old refrigerator was the only sound, a peaceful drone I'd come to associate with the end of a good day. Then the radio crackled to life, shattering the calm with a burst of static. The dispatcher's voice was tight, stripped of its usual slow, mountain drawl. "Ranger Murphy, we have a report of a missing child at the Black Creek Fork campground. A 6-year-old female." The words hit me with the force of a physical blow. A missing child. In the vast, unforgiving wilderness under my watch. It's the call every ranger dreads, the one that turns the tranquil forest into a labyrinth of potential horrors. My cop brain, the part of me I thought I'd left behind in the city, snapped into focus. Paperwork forgotten, I grabbed my keys and my high visibility pack, my heart hammering against my ribs. Black Creek Fork was one of our most popular family campgrounds, a series of loops carved into a gentle slope near a meandering creek. By the time I arrived, the scene was already one of controlled chaos. My colleague, a seasoned ranger named Ben Carter, was talking to the parents. Or rather, he was trying to. The father, a man named Mark Sullivan, was pacing in frantic, tight circles, his face a mask of raw panic. The mother, Jessica, was sitting on the bumper of their minivan, wrapped in a blanket someone had given her, rocking back and forth in a state of shock. Her eyes were wide and unfocused, scanning the impenetrable wall of trees that ringed the campsite as if she could will her daughter to walk out. I approached Ben, keeping my voice low and calm. "What do we have?" Lily Sullivan, 6 years old. Ben said, his own face grim. Last seen wearing a pink jacket and blue jeans. Parents say she was playing by the edge of the campsite, right over there. He gestured towards a small clearing where a few toys lay abandoned near a picnic table. They turned their backs for, and they swear it was no more than a minute to get hot dogs off the grill. When they turned back, she was gone. A minute. That's all it takes. In the city, a minute could mean an abduction, a snatch, and grab into a waiting car. Out here, a minute could mean a dozen other things, none of them good. A child, lured by a butterfly or a strange sound, could wander into the woods and be disoriented within 50 feet. Or she could fall into the creek. Or she could encounter wildlife. The list of possibilities was a spiral of dread. No one saw anything? Heard anything? I asked, my gaze sweeping the area, cataloging details. The abandoned toys, the half-eaten food on the table, the eerie silence of the surrounding woods. Nothing. The family in the next campsite over didn't hear a peep. No scream, no cry, just gone. That was the first detail that felt wrong. A 6-year-old who gets lost and scared usually makes noise. A lot of it. The silence was unsettling. We launched the search immediately. Protocol dictates the initial response a rapid, expanding grid search from the point last seen. We called in every available ranger, local law enforcement, and put out a call for certified volunteer search and rescue teams. As dusk began to bleed through the trees, turning the golden light to a bruised purple, the forest transformed. What was a beautiful park by day became a place of deep shadows and disorienting sameness. Every tree looked like every other tree. Every rustle of leaves could be a clue or a squirrel. The parents' anguish was a tangible thing, a heavy cloud that settled over the entire operation. We worked through the night, the beams of our flashlights cutting futile cones into the oppressive darkness. The search dogs, brought in an hour after the call, whined and circled, catching a scent only to lose it again and again near the creek bed, their confusion a deeply worrying sign. By dawn, we had over 100 people combing the mountainside. The search was a massive, coordinated effort, a testament to the community's will. But as the hours bled into a full day, a cold, hard knot of despair began to form in my gut. 24 hours is a critical threshold. The odds of finding a missing child alive dropped precipitously after that. We were all feeling it, the unspoken fear that we were no longer on a rescue mission, but a recovery. We expanded the search perimeter, pushing miles out from the campground, our shouts of Lily sounding small and hopeless against the immense silence of the mountains. It was a hiker on a little-used trail, a good 5 miles south of the campground, who found her. The call came over the radio, a surge of adrenaline and disbelief. She was alive. She was walking. We converged on the location, a shallow creek bed choked with smooth, gray stones and fallen leaves. And there she was, Lily Sullivan. Her pink jacket was clean, her blue jeans unmarked by dirt or tears. She was just wandering. Her feet were bare, but the soles were clean, unstained by miles of forest terrain. She wasn't crying or shivering. Her face was placid, her eyes holding a distant, vacant look. She was in a daze, completely nonverbal, her gaze fixed on something far away that only she could see. The wave of relief that washed over me was immense, but it was immediately followed by a profound sense of unease. I've seen shock before. This was different. This was an unnatural calm. I knelt in front of her. Lily, it's okay. We're here to help you. She didn't respond. She didn't even seem to register my presence. Her eyes just drifted past me towards the deep woods. We wrapped her in a thermal blanket and carried her out. As we walked, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was fundamentally wrong with the picture. She had been gone for over 4 hours in the wild, yet she was physically pristine. No cuts, no bruises, no insect bites, no signs of exposure. It was as if she hadn't been lost in the forest at all, but had simply been placed there in the creek bed moments before the hiker arrived. We thought we had gotten lucky. We thought the nightmare was over. In reality, it was just beginning. Lily was airlifted to the regional hospital in Asheville. Standard procedure for a missing child case, especially one with such a strange outcome. I followed in my truck, driving through the winding mountain roads as the adrenaline from the search slowly ebbed away, replaced by a gnawing sense of profound strangeness. The parents, Mark and Jessica, had gone in the helicopter with their daughter, their faces a mixture of exhausted relief and bewildered concern. Their nightmare was over, they thought. She was safe. But as I replayed the scene at the creek bed in my mind, Lily's placid expression, her pristine condition, her unnervingly clean feet, I couldn't escape the feeling that this was a different kind of nightmare, one whose shape we couldn't yet comprehend. The hospital was a world of sterile white and antiseptic smells, a stark contrast to the wild, earthy scent of the forest. I found the Sullivans in a private waiting room, clinging to each other. Jessica had finally started to cry, the tears of relief she hadn't been able to shed before. Mark was trying to coax Lily to speak, holding out a teddy bear from the hospital gift shop, his voice gentle and pleading. Lily just stared, her eyes fixed on the blank television screen on the wall, completely unresponsive. She hadn't uttered a single sound since she was found. A pediatric specialist, a woman with kind eyes and a calm demeanor named Dr. Alistair, had done the initial examination. I met with her in the hallway. Physically, she's remarkably fine. Dr. Alistair told me, her brow furrowed in a way that suggested fine was not the whole story. No dehydration, no hypothermia. Blood pressure, heart rate, all normal. It's almost as if she just came back from a short walk. But this catatonic state is deeply concerning. It's a classic trauma response, but there are no physical markers of trauma. None at all. We've checked her from head to toe. Not a scratch, not a bruise, not a splinter. She paused, looking back towards Lily's room. Except for one thing. It's probably nothing, but it's odd. My detective's intuition, that old familiar prickle on the back of my neck, flared up. How? She has a mark on her abdomen, Alistair explained. A single, perfectly circular bruise, about the size of a silver dollar. It's not a typical bruise, though. It's deep, discolored, and very firm to the touch. Almost like a calcification under the skin. We're going to do a full workup, just to be safe. Blood panels, an ultrasound, maybe an MRI, to check for any internal injuries we might be missing. I thanked her and stayed at the hospital, running on coffee and a growing sense of dread. The initial relief of finding Lily had evaporated, leaving a cold, heavy residue of mystery. Hours passed. The blood tests came back normal. The ultrasound showed nothing unusual, aside from confirming the strange, dense tissue mass under the bruise. The decision was made to proceed with the MRI. As they wheeled Lily away, her eyes still vacant and lost, I saw a flicker of raw fear return to her mother's face. The feeling was mutual. The call came 3 hours later. It wasn't Dr. Alistair. It was the hospital's chief of medicine, Dr. Samuel Evans. His voice on the phone was strained, clinical, but with an undercurrent of something I couldn't place. Disbelief. Shock. He asked if I could come back to his office immediately. I found him waiting for me, along with Dr. Alistair. The kindness in her eyes had been replaced by a look of profound disturbance. Dr. Evans was a man in his late 60s, with a reputation that preceded him. He had seen everything medicine could throw at a person in his 30-plus years of practice. But as he stood to greet me, his face was pale, his expression grim and utterly bewildered. He looked like a man whose fundamental understanding of the world had been shattered. Ranger Murphy. Dylan. He began, forgoing formalities. Thank you for coming. We have something you need to see. Something I don't know how to explain. He gestured for me to look at a large, high-resolution monitor on his desk. He brought up a series of black and white images, the results of Lily's MRI. I'm no radiologist, but I'd seen enough scans in my time as a detective to understand the basics of what I was looking at. He pointed to a specific cross, section of the girl's torso. This is Lily's liver, he said, his voice quiet. He traced a section of the organ with a laser pointer. Or rather, he traced the area where a section of the organ should have been. A significant portion of the right lobe was just gone. It wasn't ruptured. It wasn't shrunken or diseased. The image was stark and clear. It was a clean, precise, surgical-level excision. The remaining tissue was healthy, the edges of the removal site impossibly smooth, almost cauterized. It was as if someone had reached in with a futuristic medical instrument and simply scooped out a piece of her. My cop brain immediately went into overdrive. I was thinking of some clandestine, black market organ harvesting ring. Maybe they had developed some new, non-invasive surgical technique, something using focused ultrasound or lasers. It was outlandish, but it was a framework. It was human. An incision. I said, my voice hoarse. Where's the incision? The entry point. Dr. Evans shook his head slowly, his eyes never leaving the screen. That's the point, detective. There isn't one. There is no incision. There is no scar. There isn't so much as a pinprick on her skin. We've examined every millimeter of her body. It's medically, physically, fundamentally impossible. He switched the image to a close-up of the abdominal wall, corresponding to the area of the strange bruise. The only mark on her body is this, he said. The image showed the deep, circular mass of tissue. This contusion. It's incredibly dense, almost like a stone was pressed into her with immense, prolonged force. But it didn't break the skin. It's a deep tissue injury, yet the organ directly beneath it has been partially removed without leaving any path of entry. He turned to face me, his professional composure completely gone, replaced by the raw confusion of a man confronting the impossible. I've been a doctor for 35 years, he said, his voice barely a whisper. I have seen gunshot wounds, shrapnel, rare diseases, freak accidents. I have seen things that have baffled me, but there has always been a cause, a reason, a physical chain of events. This is not a medical condition. This is a violation of the laws of physics. I stood there in that sterile, brightly lit office, the hum of the hospital's ventilation system filling the silence. The world felt thin, like a stage backdrop that could be ripped away at any moment. The image on the screen was a fact. The child in the room down the hall was a fact. Her pristine body was a fact. The two sets of facts could not coexist in a rational world. I left the hospital in a daze. The orderly logic of a crime scene, motive, means, opportunity, was useless here. The means were impossible. The motive was unthinkable. I drove back towards the park, the mountains looming in the twilight like sleeping, ancient beasts. The knot of unease in my gut had tightened into a cold, hard certainty. I wasn't dealing with a kidnapping or an assault. The clean clothes, the missing time, the impossible surgery with no wound. It wasn't a crime scene. It was a feeding site, and whatever had fed on Lily Sullivan was something that didn't belong in any medical textbook or criminal file I had ever seen. The drive back to the ranger station was a journey through a landscape that had fundamentally changed. The familiar curves of the road, the silhouettes of the pines against the darkening sky, the ancient stoic presence of the mountains. It all looked different now. Hostile. I felt like a trespasser in a place I had once considered a sanctuary. The logic that had governed my entire adult life, the cause and effect reality of a police detective, had been rendered useless by a single MRI scan. I was adrift in a sea of impossibility, and the only anchor I had was the cold, hard fact of that missing piece of a child's liver. Back at the station, the familiar scent of pine and old wood did nothing to soothe my frayed nerves. The place felt small and vulnerable under the vast, star-filled sky. Ben had left a note on my desk. Sullivans are staying at the lodge. Lily is resting. Call me if you need anything. I crumpled the note in my fist. What could I possibly tell him? That a ghost had performed surgery on a 6-year-old girl. Sleep was out of the question. My mind was a frantic storm of conflicting thoughts. The cop in me was screaming for a tangible lead, for evidence I could bag and tag. I kept picturing a sterile, mobile operating room hidden somewhere in the vast wilderness, staffed by surgeons with unimaginably advanced technology. But it made no sense. The motive. Why a small piece of a child's liver? The execution. How do you abduct a child from a crowded campground, perform a complex medical procedure, and return her 5 miles away without leaving a single trace, all while keeping her clothes perfectly clean? The sheer logistical absurdity of it was overwhelming. My training was to follow the evidence, and the evidence was leading me down a path my rational mind refused to tread. I was stuck, defeated by the impossible nature of the crime. So, I did the only thing a stump detective can do. I started digging. Not in the forest, but in the records. Our station had an archive room, a place I rarely visited. It was more of a large, walk-in closet, crammed with filing cabinets and cardboard boxes, filled with decades of park history. Old trail maps, budget reports, personnel files, geological surveys. The mundane paper trail of a government outpost. The air was thick with the smell of dust and decaying paper. under the weak hum of a single fluorescent bulb. I began my search. I didn't know what I was looking for. I started with recent incident reports, looking for anything out of the ordinary. Strange sightings, other missing persons cases, even reports of animal attacks that didn't quite add up. I found nothing. Hours bled into one another as I worked my way backward in time, through files from the 90s, the 80s, the 70s. The deeper I went, the more the ink faded and the paper yellowed. I read about plane crashes, hunting accidents, and the occasional story of a hiker who walked into the woods and was never seen again. Sad, but not inexplicable. It was around 3 a.m. when the world outside was at its darkest and quietest that I found it, tucked away in a dusty box labeled Regional History and Miscellany. I found a slim buckram, bound file. The label on the front was typed on an old manual typewriter, Regional Folklore, collected by Ranger Thomas Albright, 1957. Curiosity piqued, I opened it. The pages were brittle, the text typed with a slightly uneven hand. Albright had been a ranger with an academic interest in anthropology. He had spent years interviewing the older residents of the mountain communities, including the few remaining elders of the local Cherokee tribe who still lived on the ancestral lands bordering the park. He had meticulously documented their stories, their beliefs, their warnings. Most of it was what you'd expect. Tales of animal spirits, stories of the little people, explanations for the strange blue haze that gives the Blue Ridge Mountains their name. I scanned through it, my eyes heavy with fatigue, my search feeling more and more like a fool's errand. And then I turned a page and saw the name Litlanta. Beneath the name, in parentheses, was the English translation, Spearfinger. I sat up straighter, the hair on my arms standing on end. I began to read, and a cold dread, deeper and more primal than any fear I'd known at a city crime scene, began to creep up my spine. According to Ranger Albright's notes, Spearfinger was a figure from the oldest of the Cherokee legends. A shape-shifting entity, a witch who often took the form of a kindly, grandmotherly woman to deceive her chosen prey children. She would lure them away from their families with a gentle voice and a warm smile. The legend said her body was covered in a skin of solid stone, making her impervious to any weapon. Arrows and blades would shatter against her hide. I paused, the image of the deep, hard stone, like bruise on Lily's abdomen, flashing in my mind. Almost like a calcification under the skin, Dr. Alistair had said. Like a stone was pressed into her with immense, prolonged force. I forced myself to read on. The legend stated that Spearfinger had a single, terrible secret. Her right forefinger was not made of flesh and bone, but was a single sharp, unyielding blade of obsidian. It was her tool, her weapon, her scalpel. My breath caught in my throat. The final, horrifying detail came in the last paragraph. Spearfinger's favorite food, the reason for her existence, was human livers. The elders told Ranger Albright that she would use her stone finger to pierce the abdomens of the children she captured, slicing through their skin and muscle with effortless precision. She would hook the organ and pull it out, devouring it on the spot. And then, through some dark magic, she would heal the wound behind her, the skin sealing itself instantly, leaving no scar, no trace of the violation. The only mark she left, the legend claimed, was a deep bruise where her stone body had pressed against her victim. I dropped the file on the desk. The fluorescent light above me hummed, a sound that suddenly felt loud and menacing. I stared at the wall, but I wasn't seeing the peeling paint and the outdated park maps. I was seeing the impossible MRI scan, the surgically removed portion of the liver. I was hearing Dr. Evans's voice. It's medically, physically, fundamentally impossible. There is no incision, no scar. I was feeling the phantom pressure of a single, stone-like bruise. It all clicked into place. The clean clothes, the lack of struggle, the unnatural calm of the child. She hadn't been with a human. She had been with a myth. A kindly old woman who led her away, pressed a stone body against her, and used a finger sharp as a razor to take a piece of her. My mistake, my terrible, catastrophic mistake, was trying to apply the logic of my old world to this one. I came to these mountains seeking peace, but I had found something far worse than the human monsters I left behind. I was a detective trained to hunt people with motives I could understand. Now, I was hunting a legend. The evidence was all there, but it didn't point to a man with a scalpel. It pointed to a witch with a finger of stone. I sat there in my office until the sun came up, the file lying open on my desk. I knew with a certainty that chilled me to the bone that I could never write this in any official report. Who would believe me? They would think I'd lost my mind, that the stress of the search had broken me. The case of the missing girl from Black Creek Fork would remain open. Unsolved. A permanent, inexplicable file in a cabinet. But I knew what had happened to Lily Sullivan. It wasn't a crime scene, it was a feeding site. And the monster was still out there,